Chapter 2070. Hearing the ancient great emperor's words, no one dared to say anything. They knew that the Blue Demon King's death was in vain. This was because the abilities that Lu Ming had displayed were simply too terrifying. Not to mention his rare talents. Just the stone statue alone was enough to fight against an emperor. This alone was enough to gain the attention of the ancient great emperor. The Blue Demon King was just a true emperor. Given his age, it was impossible for him to break through to the emperor realm in his lifetime. Therefore, his death was in vain. Let's go back first. The ancient great emperor said. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin had been passed down for countless years. It was the most precious treasure of the ancient demonic kingdom. It was mysterious, and he wouldn't give it up so easily. He planned to go back first and bring more experts with him. Soon, the people of the ancient demonic kingdom left the place. Will that kid be okay after going in? A black-robed emperor looked in the direction of the valley. Martial emperors can't enter this place. Those below martial emperors can't come out unless they are heaven-defying geniuses. However, such geniuses were rare even in the ancient era. Another black-robed emperor said. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the valley, he saw the ancient demonic coffin in front of him. Lu Ming hurried over and looked into the demonic coffin. Xianxia was lying quietly in the coffin. His breathing was even as if he was asleep. This was definitely Xianxia. Lu Ming wouldn't be mistaken. His aura was exactly the same. Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing. Lu Ming called out softly. However, Xianxia didn't respond at all. Why is Xiaoqing here? Moreover, he's lying in the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin should have been stolen by the black-robed emperors. They spent so much effort to steal the ancient demonic coffin. Why did they put Xiaoqing in the coffin? Could it be that Xiaoqing's soul was injured and those black-robed emperors were trying to save Xiaoqing? Lu Ming was filled with doubts and guesses. However, all of this would have to wait for Xianxia to wake up to find out the answer. Let's leave this place first, Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he looked behind him and was shocked by what he saw. Because there was no path behind. That place was clearly the entrance to the canyon, the place where Lu Ming had just entered. But now, there was nothing there. There was no entrance to the canyon. Lu Ming punched out, and a fist energy blasted towards the void. But it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not stir up any waves. There's no way back. Looks like I can only go forward. Lu Ming looked toward the front of the canyon. Up ahead, it was incomparably deep and dark. It was unknown how long it went or where it led to. Lu Ming stored the ancient demonic coffin into the mountain and river diagram and proceeded forward. Stop! You can't cross this path. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Lu Ming and spoke coldly. It was a middle-aged man with a saber on his back. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Senior, I came here by accident. Please make things easy for me. You can't cross this place unless you defeat me. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and his voice was cold as if he was not a real person. Lu Ming looked carefully and saw that the middle-aged man was not a real person, but a condensation of energy. Could it be that I have to go through some tests to get out of here? Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment, he rushed over and used the hell-suppressing heaven skill to punch out. Swoosh! A saber light with a black light burst out, splitting the fog and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! The saber light collided with Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging toward him, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Lu Ming's figure could not help but retreat. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Lu Ming could tell that the middle-aged, burly man was at the quasi-emperor realm. However, his strength was indeed a little frightening. Lu Ming had used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the law of primal chaos. The power of that punch was enough to force a one-star Void Emperor to retreat. However, the situation just now was the opposite. The one who retreated was Lu Ming. Again, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a desire to fight as he stepped forward. Chaotic light spread out from his body and covered his entire body. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the chaos ring and pointed out. A huge chaotic calamity finger-pressed toward the other party. At the same time, endless runes spread out from his left hand, and 9 dragons flew out and attacked the other party. The middle-aged man's face was cold, as if it would always be the same expression. The saber in his hand slashed out again. The jet-black saber light directly tore apart the chaotic calamity finger and the 9 dragons formed by the law of array. Saber chi swept out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Even the law of primal chaos and chaotic light that covered his body were almost torn apart. What terrifying combat strength! This middle-aged man was definitely an astonishing existence among the Emperor-to-be. If we can't separate, then we'll merge. The desire to fight in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. Instead of retreating, he advanced toward the middle-aged man. His finger continuously pointed out, and streams of finger force shot toward the other party. This was the chaotic calamity finger, but it was indeed the result of the fusion of the law of primal chaos and the law of array. Now, because the 2 sacred hearts had merged into one, Lu Ming's 2 laws had also completely merged, and its power was astonishing. The saber light in the middle-aged man's hand flashed and collided with the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! Boom! Saber light overflowed and energy burst out, constantly bombarding the canyon. With their current combat strength, they could definitely tear the ground apart, but in this canyon, they could only leave shallow marks on the ground and walls. The 2 exchanged a few blows. Surprisingly, Lu Ming could not gain the upper hand even after using the fusion of the 2 laws. He could only fight to a draw with the other party. Kill! Lu Ming roared and unleashed his strength to the extreme. His sacred heart spun rapidly, and his sacred power surged like a river, constantly gushing out. Lu Ming circulated the power of the laws to the extreme as he fought the middle-aged man. Even so, the 2 were still tied. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged another blow with the other party and borrowed the force to retreat a few hundred meters. When Lu Ming retreated a distance, the middle-aged man did not chase after him. He just stood there, blocking his way. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was shocked. He guessed that the middle-aged man's combat strength was about the same as an Elysian child's. Even if it was not too far off. Lu Ming's current cultivation was very close to that of a quasi-emperor, and Lu Ming's spiritual body was stronger than an ordinary Elysian child's. The sacred heart was formed by 2 sacred hearts, and with the fusion of the 2 laws, Lu Ming was confident that he could even fight against an Elysian child who had stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. But now, he could only fight to a draw with the other party. Just now, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly thought of another matter. He raised his hand, and a wave of death chi spread out from his palm. Chapter 2071. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the law of death emanated from his hand. Although it was very weak, only a trace of aura, it was enough to shake the whole world if it were spread. Lu Ming himself was also shocked. He was dumbfounded and took a long time to react. He seemed to have mastered the law of death. Previously, in the ancient city, Lu Ming was chased by the Blue Demon King and rushed into the magma. His body was burned and turned into ashes. In a way, Lu Ming had really fallen at that time and was facing death. That experience gave Lu Ming a deep understanding of death. Later, when his body was reassembled, he had been busy absorbing energy for the Heavenly Emperor's body and did not have time to carefully sense it. Just now, when he fought with the middle-aged man with all his strength, and circulated his strength to the extreme, his moves actually contained a trace of the law of death. This was an incredible thing. Below the martial emperor realm, one could only comprehend one law. This was the truth. However, because Lu Ming cultivated the twin life restriction and merged his main body and second body, he cultivated 2 sacred hearts and mastered 2 laws. Then, when he was on the verge of death in the magma, the 2 sacred hearts merged, causing the 2 laws to fuse together. Below the martial emperor realm, one could control 2 laws and fuse them together. This was already an incredible thing, and countless people would be shocked if they heard it. However, compared now, it was just a small matter. The law of death was also one of the 10 supreme laws. Moreover, no two of the 10 supreme laws could coexist. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Even if one cultivated to the martial emperor realm, it was impossible to control 2 supreme laws. A mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. However, now, Lu Ming had not reached the martial emperor realm, but he seemed to have mastered 2 supreme laws. Although the law of death was still extremely weak, he had indeed mastered it. 2 supreme laws coexisting. If this spread, people will be scared to death. Could it be because of my sacred heart? Lu Ming could not help but guess. His sacred heart was too special. It was transformed from the twin life restriction. In history, even if there were people who cultivated the twin life restriction and even cultivated 2 saint hearts, they would not be able to do so. But no one was like Lu Ming, whose 2 sacred hearts had merged again. The probability of this happening was simply too small. Therefore, Lu Ming's special sacred heart allowed him to accommodate many nomological laws at the same time, including the 10 strongest nomological laws. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was ecstatic. Did this mean that he would be able to control more ultimate laws in the future? If he were to grasp all of the 10 supreme laws and fuse them together, what would happen? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but thump in anticipation. Then I'll cultivate here for a while. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before taking out the ancient demon coffin and placing it on the ground. After glancing at Xianxia, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged beside the ancient demon coffin and started to comprehend the law of death. As he deepened his comprehension, a layer of death intent emanated from his body. Although it was extremely faint, it was indeed the law of death. Lu Ming cultivated continuously for several days. His comprehension of the law of death slowly deepened, but it was not even half complete. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He knew that he had really grasped the law of death. The same person had grasped 2 ultimate laws at the same time. Even Lu Ming himself felt like he was dreaming. The law of death is still too weak now. When the law of death is improved and can even be fused with other laws, how strong will it be? Also, I've already grasped 3 laws. Can I grasp more? Lu Ming's imagination began to run wild. At his current level, he naturally did not need to comprehend other laws like he did when his cultivation was low. He could skip these steps and directly comprehend the laws. Just like martial emperors, when they comprehended new laws, they would start from the laws. In the following days, Lu Ming comprehended the law of death every day, trying to fuse the law of death with the other 2 laws. Lu Ming's saint heart was really amazing. The process of Lu Ming trying to fuse the laws was actually very smooth. Half a month later, Lu Ming's law of death had already been cultivated to 10%. He could also fuse it with the law of chaos and the law of array path. In this way, Lu Ming's battle strength had increased by a few points. However, in this half a month, Xianxia had not woken up. This made Lu Ming a little anxious. What if Xianxia never woke up? Was he still waiting for the ancient demonic coffin in mid-autumn moon? However, it was useless to be anxious. He could only wait. Lu Ming focused his mind and continued to comprehend the law of death. Now, the law of chaos and the law of array path were already very mature. It was very difficult to improve, but the law of death was only at the initial stage. While Lu Ming was in the magma back then, it was equivalent to experiencing death. His comprehension of the law of death was extremely fast. As time passed, his comprehension of the law of death became deeper and deeper. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already been in this canyon for a month. The maturity of the law of death had also reached 20%. Let's go again. Lu Ming put away the ancient demonic coffin and stepped forward. When he arrived at a certain area, that middle-aged burly man appeared again. Without anything to say, Lu Ming directly made his move. The moment he made his move, Lu Ming used his full strength. This time, Lu Ming used 3 kinds of laws together. The law of death was one of the 10 strongest laws, after all. Fusing with the law of chaos, The power that erupted was actually terrifyingly strong. It was as if some kind of qualitative change had occurred. This time, Lu Ming completely gained the upper hand. After several dozen moves, Lu Ming defeated the other party's saber light with one move, bombarding the other party's body, defeating the other party. He finally defeated this middle-aged, burly man. Lu Ming revealed a smile and continued forward. However, after advancing for a while, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop, because two figures appeared in front of him. Two middle-aged, burly men. Lu Ming fought with the other party and discovered that the two middle-aged, burly men's combat strength was exactly the same as the previous one. One was already very terrifying. Two attacking together, Lu Ming used all his strength, but still fell into a disadvantage. He was speechless and could only retreat. Looks like I won't be able to break out in a short time. Lu Ming shook his head, then took out the ancient demonic coffin again. And, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just now, he discovered that Xianxia's finger moved. Lu Ming definitely did not see wrongly. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Could it be that Xianxia was about to wake up? Lu Ming stared closely at Xianxia. Sure enough, not long after, Xianxia's finger moved again. Not long after, it moved again. A moment later, Xianxia made a sound and opened her eyes. After opening her big black eyes, she saw Lu Ming. At first, her eyes were a little blank. Then endless joy. Lu Ming. Chapter 2072. Xianxia's eyes were wide open as she stared at Lu Ming. At first, she seemed to be in disbelief, but slowly, it turned into pleasant surprise. Lu Ming. Xianxia called out softly, still in disbelief, as if she was dreaming. Xiaoqing, it's me. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. Xianxia had finally woken up. From the looks of it, she was fine. It had been several years since they had last parted. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss her. Lu Ming, it's really you. Xianxia seemed to have finally confirmed that it was really Lu Ming. Her delicate body moved, and she rushed out of the ancient demon coffin, throwing herself into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia's slender waist and hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms. After a long while, the two of them separated. Xiaoqing, why are you here? And why are you in the ancient demon coffin? How is Patriarch Ice Dragon? And who are those black-robed men? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He was indeed full of questions. Back then, Patriarch Ice Dragon and I escaped the pursuit of the evil spirit sect. Then, Xianxia told him about her experiences over the years. Back then, Xianxia and Patriarch Ice Dragon had escaped the pursuit of the evil spirit sect and accidentally escaped to an ancient ruin. That ancient ruin was very mysterious. While exploring that ancient ruin, Xianxia had unintentionally stepped onto an ancient teleportation array and was directly teleported to the demon sea of the land of 10,000 devils. In the demon sea, she met those black-robed men. Xianxia told him that the demon sea should have fallen from the heaven realm during the ancient war. Among them, some people did not die and had been passed down. They were those black-robed men. All these years, she had been cultivating in the demon sea. She wanted to leave, but those black-robed men did not let her. So, Patriarch Ice Dragon is still in that ancient ruin? Lu Ming said. It's possible. However, that ancient ruin is very mysterious. There might be other teleportation formations. Patriarch Ice Dragon might have been teleported to another place. Xianxia said. How did those black-robed men steal the ancient demon coffin and place you inside? This was Lu Ming's biggest question. I don't know either. Those people are very mysterious. Xianxia said, seemingly unwilling to talk about it. He changed the topic and asked Lu Ming, why are you here? How did you survive all these years? It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Lu Ming, so you've been through so much. Xianxia gently leaned on Lu Ming. However, I've finally found you. No matter how much I've gone through, it's all worth it. Lu Ming put his arm around Xianxia's shoulder. However, that girl of yours is dead set on you. At this time, Xianxia suddenly looked at Lu Ming, blinking his big eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, "Are you jealous?" "Yes." Xianxia was very straightforward. He nodded directly, but then said, "However, she is devoted to you and can even die for you. If you let her down, I won't let you off." Ah, Lu Ming was a little confused. What did Xianxia mean? He was jealous, but he also told Lu Ming not to let down Autumn Moon. Lu Ming really couldn't figure out what he was thinking. A heartless person is not worth entrusting your life to. Umph. You won't understand even if I tell you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put your lass into the ancient demon coffin, Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming quickly took out the great pill amplification furnace and put Autumn Moon into the ancient demon coffin. There was a mysterious energy in the ancient demon coffin that immediately covered Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon's face seemed to be a little redder. Lu Ming was finally relieved. Then, Lu Ming put the ancient demon coffin into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming and Xianxia hadn't seen each other for many years and had a lot to talk about. The two of them started chatting again. As they were chatting, Xianxia suddenly frowned, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He said softly, Of course, Lu Ming noticed all these. "Xiaoqing, what's wrong?" Lu Ming quickly asked. "No, nothing." Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Lu Ming was suspicious. Xianxia clearly showed a trace of pain just now. Is Xiaoqing injured? Lu Ming was puzzled. He held Xianxia's little hand and carefully felt Xianxia's body. He was not injured at all. "Xiaoqing, do you know what's going on with this canyon? Do we really have to go all the way to the end before we can get out?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right." Xianxia nodded and said, "In the 9 heavens of the heaven realm, there is a heaven called the ancient demon heaven domain. Almost everyone there is a demon cultivator. When the ancient demon race invaded, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many demon cities and demon mountains fell from the heaven realm and formed the demon sea. And this mountain fell from the heaven realm. This mountain should belong to an extremely powerful force in the heaven realm. And this canyon is a test for the disciples of that force. Only the strongest below the martial emperor can pass through here. If you can't pass, you will be trapped here for the rest of your life or even die of old age. Such a strict test. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Once one entered this canyon, there was no other way out except to use extremely strong combat strength. This was forcing one to constantly improve and continuously squeeze out one's potential. The way demon cultivators did things was indeed unusual. It was very strange. How strong is the strongest below the martial emperor? Lu Ming muttered. I speculate that the strongest below the martial emperor is just a saying. Or rather, it's just a limit. There is always a higher mountain. Who knows what the strongest combat strength is? It's just a limit. Once you reach that limit, you can get out. Xianxia explained. She had been in the demon sea for a few years and learned a lot from those black-robed men. It seems that I can only break out by continuously increasing my strength. Lu Ming said. With his current strength, it was obvious that he could not break out. Next, the two chatted for a long time. After a long time, Lu Ming went to the side, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ming went to break through again. However, he was still not a match for the two middle-aged men and was forced back. After returning, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. A few days later, he went to break through again. This way, Lu Ming improved very quickly. However, there was something that worried Lu Ming. He had seen Xianxia frowning a few times, and pain flashed in her eyes. However, when he asked Xianxia said that she was fine. However, Lu Ming could clearly sense the worry in Xianxia's eyes. Little Qing, is there anything that the two of us can't talk about? If there is anything, you must tell me. Lu Ming walked to Xianxia's side and gently hugged her. Xianxia suddenly hugged Lu Ming's neck and pressed her red lips against Lu Ming's. Chapter 2073. Lu Ming was stunned. Why? You don't want to? Xianxia's voice rang in his ears again. Of course I do. Lu Ming's lips pressed on Xianxia's lips again. At the same time, his hands wandered all over Xianxia's body. Finally, he reached into his clothes and touched Xianxia's smooth, jade-like skin. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, as if he had been electrocuted. His mouth let out a soft gasp. Immediately, Xianxia responded even more passionately. His small hands wandered all over Lu Ming's body. Slowly, Xianxia's clothes were taken off, revealing a delicate body that was fairer than jade. It could be said to be the most outstanding work of art in the world. Lu Ming was completely lost in this perfect work of art. The two bodies were entangled together. Soon, panting sounds could be heard in the valley. At this moment, they were completely oblivious. They only had eyes for each other. This battle lasted for a full hour before it finally stopped. Even though the two of them had high cultivation, they were sweating profusely. Xianxia lay in Lu Ming's arms and hugged Lu Ming tightly. He didn't say anything and didn't want to let go. After a long time, a wooden figure suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was completely black and looked like a doll. Lu Ming, this is a death substitute magic puppet. If you encounter a fatal danger, you can die in its place once. Take it. Xianxia handed the doll to Lu Ming. Death substitute magic puppet? Can it die in its place? Lu Ming was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in the world. Wasn't it equivalent to having an extra life? If this news were spread, it would probably cause a frenzy because it was too precious. This depends on the cultivation. It's useless to use this death substitute magic puppet if one is above the martial emperor realm. It's only useful if one is below the martial emperor realm. Xianxia said. Little Qing, keep it for yourself. Lu Ming said. I still have some. You can keep them. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. That's good. Since Xianxia still had some, Lu Ming did not refuse and put away the death substitution golem. Then, Lu Ming's hands started to wander up and down Xianxia's smooth body. Xianxia's face flushed red, her big eyes became watery, and her rosy lips opened slightly. It was really tempting. Xiaoqing, you are so beautiful, Lu Ming said gently. Have you said that to anyone else? Of course not. Yes. Xiaoqing, let's continue. Haven't you been here before? How is having a child once enough? A gentle voice came out, and the canyon was full of spring. The two of them did not know how many rounds they had fought. In the end, even with Lu Ming's cultivation level, he felt so exhausted that he collapsed. He lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia was the same. She lay beside Lu Ming and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly woke up from his sleep because he felt a cold, murderous intent enveloping him. This was an instinctive vigilance. He ran his Saint Force and retreated far away. He took out a piece of clothing from his storage ring and put it on. Then, he looked ahead. In front of him, Xianxia was wearing a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled, but at this moment, her eyes were extremely cold and filled with cold, murderous intent. She stared coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He was unfamiliar with Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia had never looked at him with such eyes. Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Lu Ming could not help but ask as he stepped forward. Kill! A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. Her body emitted a dark demonic light and turned into a dark demonic sword. Her figure was like a flickering shadow as she rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The dark sword light slashed towards Lu Ming, aiming straight for Lu Ming's vital point. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, he ran his Saint Force and controlled the law of chaos to form a defensive wall in front of him. But to Lu Ming's shock, Xianxia's demonic sword slashed down and directly tore apart Lu Ming's defensive wall. The defensive wall formed by the law of chaos seemed very fragile under Xianxia's sword light. This shocked Lu Ming. The sword light in Xianxia's hand did not stop as it slashed towards Lu Ming's glabella. She was not joking. She really wanted to kill Lu Ming. Xianxia, compared to yesterday's passionate appearance, was like heaven and earth. Yesterday, Xianxia was as passionate as fire and tender as water. She wanted to give birth to Lu Ming's child. Today, she drew her sword and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Her murderous intent was as cold as a blade. Xianxia, stop. Tell me what you want. Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, the light of chaos burst out. With a wave of his hand, a phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and blocked in front of him. This phantom of the prison-suppressing monument was covered in the law of chaos and the light of chaos. Its defensive power was astonishing. But when Xianxia's sword light slashed down, the light of chaos shook violently and a hole was torn open. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. This power, Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. Xianxia's power did not have the slightest power of the law. She only had extremely condensed demonic power. Her attack power was extremely strong. This power was very similar to the power cultivated by the ancient fiend's primordial demon Dao. Lu Ming had fought with the ancient fiend before, so he could clearly feel it. But Xianxia's power was purer, more condensed, and more powerful than the ancient fiend's power. Lowly ant, how dare you insult me? Die! Xianxia shouted. Her murderous intent was extremely dense. Demonic light filled the air, and the sword light was resplendent. She continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. His pupils constricted as he shouted, "Who are you? You're not Xiaoqing." Xianxia would never speak to him in such a tone, nor would she call him a lowly ant. But the aura of the person in front of him was clearly Xianxia. What was going on? Could it be that Xianxia's body had been possessed? I am Xianxia. Xianxia is me. Xianxia said coldly. Her sword light did not stop as she attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. He used the law of primal chaos, the law of array Dao, and even the law of death to fight with Xianxia. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. No, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like she has been possessed. What's going on? If one's body was possessed, their soul would be destroyed and they would not have self-awareness. But Xianxia had self-awareness, so it was impossible that she had been possessed. Could it be related to the primordial demon coffin? But I have never heard of such a situation when using the primordial demon coffin. Could it be related to the power in Xiaoqing's body? Lu Ming thought of the power in Xianxia's body. In the past, he had always felt that there was a terrifying power dormant in Xianxia's body. In the past, Lu Ming thought that it was because of Xianxia's great potential. But now that he thought about it, the situation was not right. There was another person in the same situation, Xianxia. Lu Ming also felt a terrifying power dormant in Xianxia's body. In addition, Lu Ming also thought that the current Xianxia was very different from the Xianxia of the Divine Wilderness continent. Chapter 2074. Lu Ming thought about it carefully and realized that Xianxia's personality had indeed changed a lot. Was all of this similar to Xianxia's current situation? At the same time, he also thought that during this period, he often saw Xianxia's painful expression. Was all of this related? Lu Ming's mind flashed through many thoughts. His hands didn't stop. He continuously pointed with 2 fingers and fought with Xianxia. That was because Xianxia was too powerful. That kind of devilish energy could break through all obstructions. Lu Ming's combination of several laws seemed to be unable to resist and was about to be torn apart. Xiaoqing's cultivation seems to be at the peak of the absolute saint realm, the same as mine. But what kind of power is this? Is it also the power cultivated by the ancient demonic path? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and he pointed with his finger. This finger contained the law of chaos, the law of array, and the law of death. The huge finger pointed at Xianxia's sword light. Chi! Xianxia's sword light slashed down, and even small cracks appeared in the space. It was too shocking. It slashed the huge finger and broke it open. Xiaoqing, wake up! Lu Ming shouted. He didn't believe that Xianxia would really kill him. Lowly ant, you've tainted my body. You deserve to die. Xianxia spoke again. Her face was extremely cold. The demonic light on her body became stronger. There seemed to be endless power surging out her body. Her sword light was cold and continued to attack Lu Ming. Her sword light was even stronger than before. The sword light exploded, illuminating the canyon. Although Lu Ming used all his strength, he was still no match. The combination of 3 laws couldn't block Xianxia's sword light. He was torn apart by the sword light. Puff! Lu Ming's body was slashed by the sword light. A deep sword wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed and dyed his clothes red. The moment Lu Ming was injured, Xianxia's eyes flickered. She paused for a moment and stopped. "Kill him. He defiled me. He must be killed," Xianxia shouted, as if she was talking to herself. Her gaze once again turned cold as she raised her sword and charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! The sword light was like a rainbow, cutting through the sky. But this time, Lu Ming did not move, nor did he resist. He allowed the sword light to stab him. Seeing that the sword light was about to pierce Lu Ming's heart, Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of struggle. "No!" she shouted and moved her wrist. The sword light deviated slightly and pierced into Lu Ming's chest. However, it had already deviated from the position of his heart. "Xiaoqing, if you want to kill him, I'll let you kill him. If you're pregnant with our child, take good care of him in the future." Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xianxia gently. "Kill him." "No!" Xianxia shouted continuously. It was as if there were 2 of them talking, but it was clearly the voice of one person. The struggle in Xianxia's eyes intensified. Even her beautiful face was somewhat distorted. "Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you?" Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia's situation was obviously not right. It was as if there were 2 people in her body. "Lu Ming, take care." In the end, Xianxia looked at Lu Ming tenderly and turned to leave. Like a rainbow, she rushed into the depths of the canyon. A few roars came from the canyon, but the next moment, the roars disappeared. "Xiaoqing," Lu Ming shouted. The sword light that pierced into Lu Ming's body was condensed by Xianxia's demonic energy. At this moment, it had already dissipated. Lu Ming rushed into the depths of the canyon. However, when Lu Ming rushed out for a distance, 2 middle-aged men appeared and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked and could not rush over. In the end, he was pushed back by the 2 middle-aged men. "What's going on? What's going on?" At this moment, he was extremely anxious and had endless questions in his heart. However, he was blocked and could not rush over. He could not find Xianxia and ask about it. It must be related to the energy in Xiaoqing's body. What is it? Xianxia has it too. Also, those black-robed men deliberately stole the ancient demonic coffin and placed Xiaoqing in it. Is it related to this? The next time I see Xianxia, I must get to the bottom of this. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was really afraid. He was afraid that Xianxia was no longer the Xianxia of the past and had become a different person. Xianxia broke through several checkpoints in a row. The strength she displayed was incomparably shocking. After breaking through several checkpoints, she stopped. "Why don't you let me kill him? He has tainted us," Xianxia shouted, her killing intent cold. "If you kill him, I'll kill myself." Then, Xianxia muttered to herself, "Why are you so stubborn? You are me, and I am you. Let us merge completely and return to the supreme realm. Why are we trapped in this small world? No, you are you, and I am me. I will never merge with you. Never." Xianxia seemed to be talking to herself. Then, her figure moved and rushed out of the canyon. Soon, her figure completely disappeared. Lu Ming sat on a piece of black rock, quietly thinking. He thought a lot, but he still couldn't find an answer. Strength. As long as I am strong enough, I will definitely understand everything and let Xiaoqing return to her original state. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Slowly, his heart calmed down. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced too much. He was very clear that there was no use in being anxious. It was better to calm down and improve his strength. Lu Ming closed his eyes and sat there quietly. 3 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His gaze had become calm. Then, Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment ancient tree and sat quietly under it to comprehend the law of death. Now, the tree of enlightenment was already 10 meters tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves. Rays of mysterious brilliance circled between the branches, endlessly mysterious. In these years, Lu Ming had paid a great price to nurture the Enlightenment ancient tree. As expected, the Enlightenment ancient tree had improved greatly. Comprehending the law under the Enlightenment ancient tree was twice the result with half the effort. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's law of death had improved rapidly. At the same time, his fusion with the other 2 laws had become more thorough. His strength was increasing every day. This time, he successfully got past the 2 middle-aged men and continued on his way. But this time, 3 middle-aged men appeared in front of him. The 3 of them joined forces and fought Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked again. He could only stop and continue to improve his strength. At this time, Lu Ming's heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, the ancient demonic coffin appeared in the canyon. Inside the ancient demonic coffin, Autumn Moon's body emitted a powerful aura. After a few months, Autumn Moon finally showed some changes. In the past, the people of Xianxia Tower said that as long as one stayed in the ancient demonic coffin for a month, Autumn Moon would wake up. But in reality, 3 months had passed. Huff huff. At this time, Autumn Moon's body exploded with a powerful suction force. The energy of heaven and earth quickly rushed towards Autumn Moon, breaking through. Chapter 2075. Endless origin chi gathered towards Autumn Moon, and Autumn Moon's aura became stronger and stronger. Peak Absolute Saint, complete Absolute Saint. In a short period of time, Autumn Moon's aura soared. Gradually, Autumn Moon's body floated out of the ancient demonic coffin and floated in midair. Buzz! Suddenly, a layer of light spread out from Autumn Moon's body. It was the light of laws. Lu Ming was shocked. Autumn Moon had been in a coma, and her soul was incomplete. He didn't expect her to be able to cultivate the light of laws. This was really unbelievable, but it didn't stop there. Autumn Moon's aura was still rising. Her body was filled with the aura of the laws of yin and yang. Suddenly, the laws of yin and yang gathered into a long river and flowed around Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon's aura soared again. The laws of laws have formed a river. Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Autumn Moon had broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm after being in a coma for a while. Indeed, during this period of time, Lu Ming had condensed a large amount of sacred medicine into Autumn Moon's body. However, the laws couldn't be improved with sacred medicine. They needed to be comprehended. Autumn Moon was in a coma. How could she comprehend the laws? Lu Ming was very confused. After her aura reached the Boundary Emperor realm, it finally calmed down. At this moment, Autumn Moon also opened her eyes. 2 bright lights burst out from Autumn Moon's eyes. The next moment, they were retracted. Then, Autumn Moon's aura was also retracted. Young Master. When Autumn Moon saw Lu Ming, she cheered and jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Autumn Moon, you're finally awake. Lu Ming touched Autumn Moon's head and smiled. His mood finally improved a little. Yes, young master, are you okay? Those people wanted to kill you. Autumn Moon looked around nervously. Her memory was still stuck in the Lotus world. It's fine. It's been a long time. Lu Ming smiled. How long has it been? Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes suspiciously. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened during this period of time. Of course, he skipped over some things, such as Xianxia. So much time has passed. Have I been unconscious all this time? Strange. I've always felt like I was in a strange state, enveloped by the laws of yin and yang. I've always been in a daze, but suddenly, a warm energy enveloped me from behind. Autumn Moon started talking. Could it be the enlightenment of the soul? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When it came to epiphany, it was a rare state of cultivation. Lu Ming speculated that after Autumn Moon's soul was injured, she fell into a state of epiphany. This state was extremely rare. She would involuntarily comprehend the Tao and the laws. and her body was tempered by the alchemy fire in the Great Pill Amplification Furnace. In addition, she had refined countless sacred herbs. Therefore, when she woke up, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did she cultivate the light of the laws, but she also broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. Perhaps the ancient demonic coffin also played a role. Fortune and misfortune really came hand in hand. It was hard to predict the future. Lu Ming was also happy for Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, your current cultivation has surpassed young masters. Lu Ming smiled. But Autumn Moon is definitely not young master's opponent. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and pulled Lu Ming, talking nonstop. In the following days, the two of them cultivated while breaking through the levels. This place was very mysterious. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon advanced together, 6 middle-aged men would appear in front of them, causing Lu Ming to retreat in shock. Although Autumn Moon had reached the quasi-emperor realm, her combat strength was not enough to deal with 1 middle-aged man, let alone 3. It was obviously impossible for the two of them to break through the levels together. Therefore, every time they broke through the levels, Autumn Moon would enter the mountain river diagram. This way, only 3 middle-aged men would appear. As time passed, Lu Ming's comprehension of the death laws became higher and higher. Another month passed. Lu Ming had been in the canyon for 4 months. At this time, Lu Ming's mastery of the death laws had reached 50%. Combined with other laws, Lu Ming could already fight the 3 middle-aged men to a draw. He could even slightly suppress them. Fighting with these middle-aged men allowed Lu Ming to improve, and his speed was also very fast. Here, he could fight to his heart's content without any worries. Every time, Lu Ming would unleash his combat strength to the limit, constantly squeezing out his potential. At this time, Lu Ming would occasionally let Autumn Moon go forward to break through the levels. Lu Ming would do his best to deal with 5 middle-aged men, while Autumn Moon would deal with 1. This way, it was also very helpful for Autumn Moon's improvement. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. The two of them had gained a lot every day. On this day, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and closed his eyes to cultivate. Suddenly, endless runes spread out around his body. Endless runes began to gather, forming a long river. The laws formed a river. This was the Array Dao law. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's Array Dao law was the first to break through, stepping into the perfect state, and the laws condensed into a river. At this moment, the power of the Array Dao law passed through Lu Ming's body and began to refine Lu Ming's physical body. Once the laws formed a river, the corresponding power of the laws would pass through the physical body again, using the power of the laws to refine the physical body, making the physical body stronger. At the same time, the sacred power would also become more condensed and more vigorous. This was also the reason why quasi-emperors were so much stronger than perfected absolute saints. Lu Ming's body shook like beans being fried. It was his muscles shaking and his bones colliding. Autumn Moon sat cross-legged not far away, waiting quietly. A day later, Lu Ming finished cultivating, and the river of laws disappeared without a trace. I can be considered a quasi-emperor now, right? Lu Ming smiled. He couldn't figure out his specific realm now. According to the Chaos Law, he was still a perfected absolute saint, but according to the Array Dao Law, he was already a quasi-emperor. But no matter what, his combat strength had indeed skyrocketed. When the Array Dao Law formed a river, its power increased greatly. At the same time, when the laws formed a river, it refined his physical body and sacred power, both of them increasing by a level. I really wonder how much my physical body and sacred power will improve when the Chaos Law and Death Law form a river later on. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Every precept that formed a river would bring great improvement to one's physical body and saint power. If all his nomological laws were to form a river, to what extent would his battle prowess rise? Lu Ming was sure that no one at the same level as him would be a match for him. Even the Elysian child could be defeated with a flip of his hand. What if I comprehend a few more laws? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he comprehended a few more laws and formed a river, it would be even more terrifying. Chapter 2076. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to start with the Devouring Law. The Devouring Law was also a powerful sovereign law. Moreover, the 9 dragons had the power of devouring, and Lu Ming was most familiar with it. Comprehending the Devouring Law would definitely be faster than comprehending other laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had an ambition. Since he wanted to comprehend laws, he had to comprehend laws above the sovereign law. It would be a waste of time to comprehend ordinary laws. After all, ordinary laws and the chaotic law could be changed directly. Roar! Lu Ming controlled his body, and a dragon's roar came from his body. At the same time, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and comprehended the devouring law from the devouring power. Sure enough, after a few days, Lu Ming found the right path and had some enlightenment. After a few more days, Lu Ming succeeded in comprehending a trace of the devouring law. His sacred heart could indeed accommodate many laws and was not affected at all. Lu Ming was extremely excited. All of this could only be done by those above the martial emperor realm. However, he had done it now. Once he broke through to the martial emperor realm in the future, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. There would be no shackles, and his improvement would be amazing. It was worth it to spend the time to comprehend now. Young master, you're amazing. You've already mastered 4 laws. Autumn Moon walked over. Even though she had always admired Lu Ming, she could not help but be amazed. It was unheard of for someone below the martial emperor realm to master 4 laws at the same time. Moreover, 2 of them were the strongest laws. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon nodded, and the 2 of them walked forward. 6 middle-aged men appeared at the same time and attacked Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Kill! Lu Ming roared and merged the chaotic law, death law, and array law. Lu Ming used the chaotic calamity finger and pointed 5 fingers consecutively. As for Qiuyu, she charged towards the 6th middle-aged man. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dazzling blade light slashed towards Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon successfully blocked one of them. 5 blade lights landed on the primal chaos finger of calamity. Boom! Boom! 5 explosions rang out as the saber light shattered. The 5 middle-aged men could not help but move back. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and unleashed his full strength, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks at the 5 middle-aged men. The breakthrough of Formation Dao laws made Lu Ming's combat strength increase by a level, completely suppressing the 5 middle-aged burly men in a disadvantageous position. After a dozen or so moves, a finger energy pierced through a middle-aged man's forehead and killed him, turning him into energy and dissipating. After killing 1 person, the remaining 4 were even less of a match for Lu Ming. After a few moves, Lu Ming killed another person. Bang! Bang! Next, the remaining middle-aged men were beaten up one by Lu Ming, including the middle-aged man who fought with Autumn Moon. After passing through this level, the 2 continued forward and passed through this area. It was empty in front of them, with no one to be seen. Lu Ming sighed softly, knowing that Xianxia had probably passed through the level and left this place. Autumn Moon, wait here. I'll go and test it out. Lu Ming said. Okay. Young master, be careful. Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. After walking for a while, another figure appeared. This time, only 1 figure appeared. It was not a middle-aged man, but a young man. This person looked to be in his 20s. He was as tall as a spear and carried a pitch-black demonic sword on his back. Only the strongest can pass. Show me your strength. The young man said coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Lu Ming also stepped forward and used the primal chaos finger of calamity to fight against his opponent. This young man's combat strength was extremely shocking. He should be at the Quasi-Emperor realm, but he was probably stronger than the Elysian child after reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was still not as strong as the 5 middle-aged men from before. He was between 3 middle-aged men and 5 middle-aged men. He was still not a match for Lu Ming. After exchanging more than 20 moves, the young man was defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon continued forward and passed through this area. However, the canyon seemed to be very long. Looking forward, it was incomparably deep. After passing through this area, Lu Ming continued forward alone. This time, 2 young men appear at once. The 2 young men joined forces, and their combat strength increased greatly. Lu Ming fought with them. Although he did his best, it was a draw in the end. It seems that it's really difficult to break through. Lu Ming was a little speechless. At the same time, he was amazed. The difficulty of the demonic forces in the heaven domain was simply abnormal. Even the Elysian children would not be able to break through this level of difficulty. Lu Ming's current combat strength definitely surpassed that of a quasi-emperor Elysian child. However, he still could not break through. My attack method is still single. My strongest attack method is the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. However, the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger is suitable for long-range attacks. It's still lacking in close combat. I need to comprehend 1 or 2 more magic skills. Lu Ming pondered. Naturally, the Primal Chaos Scripture recorded more than just the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. There were others. However, in the past, cultivating the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was enough. Magic skills and laws mutually reinforced each other. Comprehending a magic skill and continuously cultivating it could improve one's comprehension of laws and increase one's mastery. Hence, comprehending a few more magic skills might not be beneficial. Instead, it would be a distraction. However, it was different now. Lu Ming had comprehended the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger to the limit. If he cultivated other magic skills, there would be no obstacles. He could cultivate them to the peak in a short time. In the Primal Chaos Scripture, Lu Ming chose a magic skill called the Primal Chaos Divine Palm to cultivate. After successfully cultivating the Primal Chaos Divine Palm, one's palm would be like Primal Chaos. Every palm strike would be like a Primal Chaos Divine mountain pressing down. Its power was unparalleled. It could penetrate the earth and blow up mountains. Now, Lu Ming's Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was almost at 99%. The speed of cultivating the Primal Chaos Divine Palm was like a rocket. In just a few days, he had already cultivated it to the limit. Its power was not inferior to the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. In particular, the fusion of several laws made its power even more shocking. With one more attack method, Lu Ming temporarily put aside his magic skills and focused on comprehending a few laws. Autumn Moon was also working hard on her cultivation. After becoming a quasi-emperor, one would need to continuously accumulate and then completely integrate the laws into the Saint Heart. With the laws as the foundation and the Saint Heart as the material, one would evolve the world. This step was very difficult. Many people were trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for their entire lives, unable to break through. It was not something that could be done in a day. Time flew by quickly. Apart from cultivating, Lu Ming was also breaking through. Both of them had gained a lot. Just like that, Lu Ming had been in this canyon for more than 2 years. Lu Ming had been in the land of 10,000 demons for more than 2.5 years. There was less than half a year until the Battle of the 10 Earths. At this time, Lu Ming finally arrived at the last stage of the canyon. Chapter 2077. There was only one figure guarding the last stage of the canyon. It was also a young man, but his combat strength was unbelievably powerful. Boom, boom. In the canyon, 2 figures were fighting fiercely, constantly bombarding each other. Lu Ming's body was covered in the light of chaos, and his palms turned gray, as if they were made of chaos stones, indestructible. This was the chaotic divine palm, and every palm strike was earth-shattering. Moreover, his palms were fused with other precepts, and its power was extremely powerful. However, the young man was able to fight Lu Ming, and he also used a terrifying palm technique, constantly colliding with Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The palm wind surged, scraping off a layer of the rocks on the ground. One should know that the rocks here were very hard. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Is this the place where the heavenly realm's major forces tested their disciples in ancient times? This difficulty is too great. Lu Ming was also shocked. After more than 2 years of cultivation, Lu Ming's law of chaos had already reached 99%. However, it was very difficult to cross this step and cultivate it to perfection. He had to accumulate experience and accumulate the laws. Although the chaotic law was not perfect yet, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. In addition, the death law was already at 80%, but the devouring law had caught up and reached 90%. Lu Ming did not have a corresponding divine art for the death law and the devouring law, so they could not complement each other, and his cultivation speed was naturally much slower. However, because Lu Ming's current cultivation level was high, and he was constantly fighting, and after the battles, he was comprehending under the Tree of Enlightenment, so his speed of improvement was extremely fast. The chaotic law was at 99%, the perfect array law, the death law, was at 80%, and the devouring law was at 90%. Two supreme precepts, two sovereign precepts, merged together. In addition to Lu Ming's powerful spiritual body and rich saint power, the power was too strong, and Lu Ming found it difficult to measure his current combat strength. However, with such combat strength, it was still not easy to pass this stage. It was obvious that the difficulty of this canyon's test was astonishing. Could it be that in the ancient era, there were so many terrifying geniuses in the heaven realm? Then, Lu Ming thought of Xianxia. At this point, there was no trace of Xianxia. Obviously, Xianxia had successfully passed the trial. Xianxia's battle prowess was shocking. Why did she suddenly have such battle prowess? Lu Ming had a lot of doubts in his heart. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand and began to suppress his opponent. With 4 types of laws fused together, a casual palm strike could pierce through the void and tear space apart. Gotcha! Lu Ming's palm made a cracking sound as it was broken by Lu Ming's palm strike. Devour, seal, death. Lu Ming instantly circulated 4 types of laws. Endless runes enveloped his opponent, trying to seal him. At the same time, he continuously bombarded his opponent with destructive power. Then, he used the Devour Law to devour his opponent. At the same time, the Death Law enveloped his opponent, forming a death cage to pull him into the abyss of death. Finally, he used the Primal Chaos Law as the main attack. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck his opponent's body. The opponent's body was penetrated by a terrifying force and finally shattered into pieces. Success! Lu Ming finally reached the end and passed the last trial. According to Xianxia, only the strongest below the martial emperor realm could pass. However, to Lu Ming, he was far from reaching his peak. His other laws had not formed a river yet. Young master, you're really amazing. Chiu Moon walked over, her eyes shining. Chiu Moon had already cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm and cultivated the light of laws. However, she felt that her battle prowess was too far from Lu Ming's. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled. He walked over to hold Chiu Yu's hand and stepped into the door of light in front of them. In the next moment, they appeared at the peak of a mountain. It seems like we're out of the Demon Sea. Lu Ming looked into the distance. There were mountains everywhere, full of vitality, unlike the Demon Sea, which was dead silent. I wonder where this place is in the land of infinite demons. Let's go and ask around, Lu Ming said. Then, he turned into 2 rays of light and left with Chiu Moon. After flying for a while, they saw a city. The 2 of them went in to ask around. So this place is in the ancient Devil Nation, and it's not far from the capital. Lu Ming muttered. He planned to go to the capital of the ancient Devil Nation to return the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient Great Emperor. Although the ancient demonic coffin was precious, it was still the national treasure of the ancient Devil Nation. The ancient Great Emperor valued it greatly. If he did not return it, It would be equivalent to offending the ancient great emperor and the countless experts of the ancient devil nation. It was obviously unwise to offend the ancient devil nation for the ancient demonic coffin. Anyway, Xiao Moon had awakened, and he did not need the ancient demonic coffin for the time being. Besides, he was going to take the teleportation portal of the ancient devil nation to return to the primordial mountain. After flying for a day, they finally arrived at the capital of the ancient devil nation. When Lu Ming defeated the ancient devil, he was very famous. Naturally, someone went in to report his arrival to the ancient great emperor. Soon, Lu Ming saw the ancient great emperor. "Lu Ming, you're fine." When the ancient heavenly emperor saw Lu Ming, he was shocked as well. In the past few years, he had sent a large number of experts and emperors into the Devil's Sea to attack the black-robed people. He even sent boundary emperors into the canyon. However, those boundary emperors were like stones thrown into the sea. They never came out after entering the canyon. This was normal. An ordinary quasi-emperor would most likely be killed by the powerful figures guarding the first stage after entering the canyon. At that time, Lu Ming would have already passed several stages and no one would be able to see him. Therefore, the ancient great emperor was surprised to see Lu Ming. He thought that Lu Ming had met with misfortune. "I was lucky to escape. Great emperor, I'm here to return the ancient demonic coffin to you," Lu Ming said. Then, he waved his hand and the ancient demonic coffin appeared in the hall. "Haha, it's really the ancient demonic coffin." The ancient great emperor was overjoyed. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price, but he still couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin back. Now that Lu Ming had it back, he was naturally happy. The ancient great emperor kept the ancient demonic coffin and smiled. Then, he looked at Autumn Moon and said, "Lu Ming, this little girl is the person you want to save, right?" "Yes," Lu Ming said. Not bad. You're loyal." The ancient great emperor smiled. "Lu Ming, I won't forget that you helped me get the ancient demonic coffin back. If you need help in the future, I'll help you with all my strength." "Thank you, great emperor." Lu Ming was happy. Returning the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient great emperor was a wise choice. Chapter 2078. After returning the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient great emperor, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon took the teleportation array and returned to Yuan Mountain. Of course, it was impossible to teleport directly to Yuan Mountain. They were teleported to a place close to Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon flew towards Yuan Mountain. Half a month later, they finally returned to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. The Great Pill Derivation Hall was empty. Uncle Kong was not there. Lu Ming went to the Phoenix Palace to inquire about the news. He found out that the Palace Master of the Phoenix Palace had brought some people to the Divine Fate Land. He also found out that Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others had ended their seclusion and were heading to the Divine Fate Land. However, the other party told him that the Elysian children were still in seclusion. However, the great emperors would send them to the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming guessed that the Elysian children should be Bubbles, Ouyang Moli, Xianxia, and the others. "It seems that I have to go to the Divine Fate Land too," Lu Ming thought. Some people had already gone to the Divine Fate Land. The great emperors would send the rest over. He did not need to worry about them. After resting in the ancient Moon's sacred ground for 2 days, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon set off for the Divine Fate Land. It was impossible to go to the Divine Fate Land with just the teleportation array. It was too far, and there were special reasons. The two of them went through several teleportation arrays and arrived at the edge of Yuan Mountain. The Divine Fate Land was in the middle of the Yuan continent. It was very special because it was surrounded by the Sea Ring. It was as if a continent had been smashed by an incomparably huge ring. That ring had become a ring ocean, and the inner part of the ring was the Divine Fate Land. Among the 10 lands of the Yuan continent, other than the Barren Land, the other 8 lands were at the periphery of the Sea Ring. They surrounded the Divine Fate Land with the Sea Ring. The Divine Fate Land was undoubtedly the largest, most vast, and most powerful among the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. It was said that the Divine Fate Land was the total area of the other 8 lands, except for the Barren Land. One could imagine how big the Divine Fate Land was. The Divine Fate Land was a place full of outstanding people. There are all kinds of races, sects, and clans. In the distant past, the Desolate race was also a powerful ancient race in the Divine Fate Land. With such prosperity, there were naturally countless geniuses. Especially now that the Golden Age had arrived, no one knew how many geniuses were born in the Divine Fate Land. Most likely, there were quite a few top Elysian children. The Battle of the 10 Lands would be held in Destiny City in the Divine Fate Land. If one wanted to reach the Divine Fate Land from other places, they would have to pass through the Ringed Sea. However, the Ringed Sea was too wide, and the environment there was extremely harsh. Terrifying gales, torrential rain, and lightning were common occurrences in the Ringed Sea. There were even some regions where the space was extremely unstable. Terrifying spatial cracks and void storms would appear. It was too difficult and dangerous to fly through the Ringed Sea. Therefore, some of the powerful factions in the Divine Fate Land had developed a kind of battleship that could cross the sea. Furthermore, these battleships knew some special routes that could allow them to avoid danger. If an ordinary person wanted to cross the Ringed Sea to reach the Divine Fate Land, they would have to ride such a battleship. Of course, they would have to pay a huge sum of origin stones. This was also the way the factions in the Divine Fate Land earned origin stones. Especially during this period, countless people from other regions gathered around the Ringed Sea to head to the Divine Fate Land. Every time the battleships crossed the sea, they would be full. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon came to a large city near the Ringed Sea. After asking around, they went to the Ringed Sea. Rumble. Huge waves surged into the sky, deafening everyone. Looking from afar, one could see waves hundreds of meters high crashing against the shoreline of the Ringed Sea. In the sea, there were a few giant ships docked. Those were battleships. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters tall. They were extremely majestic. Dense crowds of people boarded the battleships. The Battle of the 10 Lands had never happened in history. This was the first time. Furthermore, it was the Golden Age now. Unparalleled geniuses were appearing one after another, and peak battles were about to take place in the Divine Fate Land. This attracted too many people. Just the primordial mountain alone had attracted countless people to the Divine Fate Land. Every day, a large number of people boarded the battleships and headed to the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon casually chose a battleship, paid a large sum of origin stones, and boarded the battleship. The battleship was very big. It had many floors and many rooms. Anyone who boarded the battleship would have a room assigned to them. The two of them entered the room to cultivate and wait. A few days later, the battleship rumbled and started to move. It officially set off for the Divine Fate Land. After the battleship started to move, countless people poured out of their rooms and came to the deck. The scenery of the Ringed Sea was magnificent. Many people came here for the first time and naturally did not want to miss it. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also came to the deck and looked around. Rumble. The huge battleship rode the wind and broke the waves, heading towards the Divine Fate Land. Its speed was astonishing. Soon, it left the Yuan Mountain and entered the vast Ringed Sea. Whoosh! In the distance, there was a violent storm. Lightning tore through the void as if it was going to split the sky. However, a layer of light barrier rose from the battleship, blocking the rain and wind outside. Splash! Not long after, they saw a huge monster appear on the sea. It was an incomparably huge sea beast. Although the environment of the Ringed Sea was harsh, there were still some sea beasts that lived there. Their strength was also very shocking. Autumn Moon was very curious. She pulled Lu Ming and looked around, chattering nonstop. This trip to the Divine Fate Land would take about half a month. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were not in a hurry to cultivate. It was a good time to relax. In the Demon's Sea, in order to pass through the canyon, Lu Ming had been cultivating every day. He had been very tense. Now was a good time to relax. He stood on the deck and looked at the endless sea. He only felt that his mind was open. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. More sea beasts have appeared, and there are many of them. Strange, we have been encountering sea beasts recently. I heard from other experienced people that although there are sea beasts in the Ring Sea, because the environment of the Ring Sea is too harsh, there are not many sea beasts. Usually, we will only encounter them occasionally when we go out to sea. In the past few days, we have encountered a lot of sea beasts, and many of them are in groups. It is indeed strange. Some people discussed and felt that it was a little strange, but they did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Look, what is that? Not good. Those are sea beasts. There are so many sea beasts. Someone exclaimed because a dense number of sea beasts had appeared in front of the battleship. This forced the battleship to stop. Then, more sea beasts appeared on the sea around the battleship. The sea beasts surrounded the battleship. Dong! Dong! Chapter 2079. The drums were deafening. Countless people rushed out of their rooms and onto the deck. Their faces paled when they saw the sea beasts around them. What's going on? There aren't many sea beasts in the Ring Sea. They rarely gather and attack the battleship. What's going on? Why are there so many sea beasts here? Some experienced people cried out in alarm, their faces incomparably solemn. Some merchants traveled between the two places frequently and had never encountered such a situation. Everyone, the situation isn't looking good. Prepare to fight. A middle-aged man with a violent aura said. He was a true emperor. This person was the captain of the warship, an expert from the divine fate land. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic pillar shot out of the sea. It was 10,000 feet long and looked like a giant rod, slamming into the warship. Boom! This giant stick struck the light shield of the battleship, causing the battleship to shake violently. At this time, people realized that it wasn't a rod at all. It looked more like the tentacles of an octopus. Rumble. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sea churned and a gigantic creature emerged from the sea. It was a gigantic octopus, bigger than a towering mountain, much bigger than a battleship. Boom! Boom! The octopus waved its 8 tentacles like whips and lashed at the warship. The warship shook violently, as if it was about to flip over at any moment. What's going on? Countless people paled. This octopus was definitely a terrifying existence. It should be a true emperor since its aura was too strong. Also, there were many powerful sea beasts in all directions. If the cross-sea warship was destroyed, they would be in danger facing so many sea beasts and the harsh environment of the sea. Many people paled. In the past, he had heard that it was very safe to ride a cross-sea warship, and there were very few accidents. Why did something happen when they were on it? Evil creature, you're courting death. The captain of the battleship, the burly middle-aged man, let out a roar as he charged out of the shield. A battle saber appeared in his hand, which he slashed out with. A saber light tens of thousands of feet long slashed through the air towards the octopus. Pluff! One of the octopus tentacles was severed by the saber light. Blood dyed the sea red. Gah! The octopus let out a strange roar as if it was enraged. The remaining tentacles attacked the man. The man kept on slashing out saber lights to fight the octopus. Both of them were incomparably powerful existences with monstrous strength. When they clashed, it was difficult to determine the victor. Roar! At this time, a loud roar came from the sea. The sea churned, and another gigantic creature appeared. A true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A huge monster appeared in the sea. It was actually a true dragon. This was a blue dragon. Its entire body was blue, sparkling, and translucent. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. 2 huge eyes stared coldly at the cross-sea battleship. The terrifying aura made everyone shudder. It was also a powerful, true emperor. Seniors, why are you attacking us? Can you please let us go? A true dragon. After that, the young man's body began to change. He was actually also a true dragon. In the land of Yuan Mountain, there were countless beautiful mountain peaks. Naturally, there were some true dragons residing there. Roar. However, the incomparably huge true dragon in the sea clearly did not buy it. With a loud roar, it attacked the battleship. Boom! The blue true dragon stepped forward. The sea roared and turned into pillars of water that bombarded the warship. The warship shook and the light shield trembled. It wouldn't be able to hold on for long if this continued. But to everyone's despair, another gigantic creature appeared from another direction. It was a shark that wasn't any weaker than the true dragon. It also attacked the warship. Everyone, let's run for our lives. The warship belonged to a powerful force in the divine fate land. Naturally, there were many people on the warship. An old man spoke. He was also a powerful existence. Boom, boom. The warship continued to shake. In the end, the defensive shield was broken. The true dragon roared and stepped on the sea. It grabbed the warship with its mountain-like claws and tore a piece of the warship's hull. Kill! The old man charged at the true dragon. However, the shark crashed into the battleship, almost causing the battleship to disintegrate. At the same time, countless sea beasts roared and charged over from all directions. Run, 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 run. On the sea-crossing warship, countless people rushed in all directions. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu also dashed down from the cross-sea battleship and rushed toward the depths of the ringed sea. Roar! Caw! The sea beasts let out all kinds of strange cries. He noticed that the powerful sea beasts were targeting the people on the warship. Many martial emperors and above were fighting. The sea beasts below the martial emperor realm attacked those below the martial emperor realm or divine beasts. A chaotic battle broke out on the surface of the sea. It was extremely tragic. There were people screaming and falling into the sea, dying there forever. Of course, there were also sea beasts that were killed and blood stained the sea. Autumn Moon, enter the mountain river diagram first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded. She knew that her strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming could move more easily alone. After putting Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming flew towards the depths of the sea. Whoosh! A huge silver swordfish like a divine sword killed a human absolute saint and charged towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and killed the swordfish. Its body was torn into pieces. However, more sea beasts pounced on Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming struck out continuously and killed 7 or 8 sea beasts. There are too many sea beasts. If this continues, it will be difficult to break through. Lu Ming frowned. If he was targeted by a powerful Void Emperor, or even a true Emperor, he would be in danger. After all, during the battle in the demonic sea, Lu Ming controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body to fight against 2 great emperors. There was not much energy left in the Heavenly Emperor's body. It was less than 10% and could no longer be controlled. Without the Heavenly Emperor's body, he could only rely on himself. Into the sea, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He dived into the sea and swam towards the depths of the sea. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Those sea beasts were on the surface of the sea or in the air. They would be much weaker in the sea. Sure enough, after Lu Ming entered the sea, he found that there were fewer sea beasts in the sea. Most of them were looking at the surface of the sea. Lu Ming swam forward quickly. Chapter 2080. Lu Ming jabbed out a few times. Finger forces shot out and killed several sea beasts. However, Lu Ming's combat prowess finally attracted the attention of a strong sea beast. This was a seal the size of a mountain. It charged at Lu Ming. It is equivalent to a 2-star faux emperor. Sensing the other party's aura, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he did not fear it at all. He charged at this seal and executed the primal chaos divine palm. His palm turned gray, containing the power of 4 laws. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck one of the seal's claws. The seal's body shook violently. Lu Ming shattered its claws, causing blood to flow out continuously. Its huge body continuously moved back. This seal revealed an extremely shocked expression. This seal was a 2-star faux emperor. especially in the sea. It possessed boundless strength and stronger combat prowess. However, it was not a match for Lu Ming and was injured by Lu Ming's palm strike. Furthermore, Lu Ming's aura had not reached Martial Emperor yet. To think that he possessed such strong combat prowess shocked the seal. Whoosh! Lu Ming did not continue fighting. He charged past the seal and swam to the front. That seal did not dare to give chase. After that, Lu Ming killed a few more sea beasts and gradually left the battlefield. Just at this moment, Lu Ming discovered a youth following not far behind him. Splash! The seawater churned. Several sea beasts, all quasi-emperors, chased after this youth relentlessly. The youth waved his hands. With a wave of his hand, several figures appeared beside him. Puppets. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered that the few figures beside the young man were puppets. These were humanoid puppets. They looked like real people and carried a battle sword on their backs. However, these puppets did not have any signs of life. Hence, Lu Ming could tell that they were puppets with one glance. The puppets charged out and fought with those sea beasts. The puppet body did not fear death or pain. Its combat prowess was astonishing. It actually managed to suppress the sea beasts. In just a few moves, it killed a few quasi-emperor sea beasts. What a wonderful puppet technique. Lu Ming was a little surprised. That was because those puppets actually knew divine abilities and could control the power of laws. That was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming knew a little about the art of puppetry. When his cultivation was still weak, he had studied the art of puppetry in the Divine Wilderness continent. At that time, his attainments in the art of puppetry were not low. However, this young man's puppetry technique was many times better than his. In the land of Yuan Mountain, I have never heard of a faction that is very proficient in puppet techniques. Could it be that this person is not from Yuan Mountain? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind before he continued forward. However, Lu Ming discovered that the young man was still following behind him. This made Lu Ming frown slightly. What made Lu Ming frown even more was that, not long after, a few more sea beasts chased after them. To be precise, they were not chasing after Lu Ming, but the young man. The young man controlled the puppet and killed a few sea beasts before following Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and stopped. When the young man came closer, he said coldly, "Brother, why are you following me? Brother, can you do me a favor? Let's leave this sea region together." The young man cupped his fists and said. The young man was wearing yellow robe and was quite handsome. He did not give off an overbearing feeling and was very polite. "Why should I help you?" Lu Ming said with a sullen face. He did not know the other party, so why should he help him? "Brother, to be honest, I am a disciple of the Divine Golem sect in the land of Divine Fate. The Divine Golem sect is known for their puppets. If you help me, I can give you a rare flying puppet. Its speed is astonishing and can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle." After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and a puppet that looked like an eagle appeared. It can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Such a puppet was extremely rare and valuable. It was perfect to use as a means of transportation. As a matter of fact, Lu Ming was quite interested. The Divine Golem sect in the land of Divine Fate? Famous for their puppets. To be honest, I'm quite interested in your puppetry techniques. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said smilingly. He was indeed interested in their puppetry techniques. The puppets they refined were able to execute the rules of cultivation. If he were able to master them, it would be a great help to him. "Brother, are you interested in learning the art of puppetry?" "Sure. Once we arrive at the land of Divine Fate, you can follow me to the Divine Golem sect to learn. I can teach you some of my techniques too." The young man said. "The Divine Golem sect is willing to teach you the art of puppetry?" Lu Ming was doubtful. "Brother, you might not know this, but the Divine Golem sect is not a traditional sect. It is formed by many experts who are proficient in the art of puppetry. Their goal is to attract more experts to join them. Therefore, the Divine Golem sect encourages everyone to exchange their knowledge of the art of puppetry. It is not forbidden to teach them to others." The young man in a yellow robe explained. Saying this, The young man tossed a jade talisman toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and scanned it with his divine sense. He discovered that it was indeed filled with secret techniques related to puppetry. Why didn't you find someone else to teach you? Why me? Lu Ming asked casually. That's because your battle strength is strong. You're not a martial emperor, yet you managed to injure a 2-star illusionary emperor seal with one move. Such battle strength is truly unimaginable. I never thought that there would be a genius like you in Yuan Mountain. Saying this, the young man's eyes were filled with astonishment. Previously, his jaw almost dropped when he saw Lu Ming's strength. I'll be taking this puppet too. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the eagle puppet away. The young man was overjoyed. Lu Ming had agreed to help him by accepting the puppet. Following this, the two continued forward. Later, Lu Ming found out that the young man was called Chao Kai. It was obvious that Chao Kai was also a genius with an emperor body. The law he controlled was the law of tools. The law of tools was also a kind of law of emperors. It was as famous as the law of formations. The law of tools controlled all weapons in the world. It was much more advanced than the law of weapons of the Wan clan. The law of weapons could only control metallized weapons. As for the law of tools, as long as it was a weapon, it could be controlled. It was extremely mysterious. However, not long after, a few sea beasts chased after them, which were easily dealt with by the two of them. However, after a while, they encountered more sea beasts, which made Lu Ming frown. They had already left the battlefield. Normally, there shouldn't be so many sea beasts chasing after them. However, there were still sea beasts chasing after them, as if they had locked onto them. Roar! A giant sea lion roared and broke through the water with a shocking aura. A 1-starred illusionary monarch sea beast. Chao Kai's face was a little pale. Lu Ming rushed forward and fought with the sea lion. In a few moves, the 1-starred illusionary monarch sea lion was directly shattered by Lu Ming's palm and died a violent death. Brother Lu's combat strength is truly shocking. Chapter 2081. Chao Kai was born in the Divine Fate Land and had seen the Elysian Child before. The Elysian Child's combat strength was indeed astonishing. A Elysian Child who had reached the Boundary Emperor realm could fight against a 1-star Void Emperor and even suppress him. The stronger Elysian Child could even defeat a 1-star Void Emperor after reaching the Boundary Emperor realm. However, it would be difficult to kill one. He had never heard of someone like Lu Ming who could kill a 1-star Void Emperor in a few moves. The Battle of 10 Earths this time will probably be extremely intense. I wonder what kind of freaks will appear. Chao Kai could not help but think. Brother Chao, are you hiding something from me? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Chao Kai. He felt that something was wrong. Those sea beasts seemed to have locked onto them and were constantly chasing after them. Brother Lu, why do you say that? Chao Kai's expression changed slightly. These sea beasts are obviously coming for us. I don't have anything to be targeted by these sea beasts. Then it can only be you. Moreover, I'm really curious. Why did you, a prodigy from the Divine Fate Land, come to the Yuan Mountain? Now, people from all places are gathering towards the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming said. Chao Kai smiled bitterly and said, I knew it. I can't hide it from Brother Lu. To be honest, a few months ago, I set off from the Divine Fate Land and entered the Ring Sea to steal a kind of treasure in the Ring Sea. This treasure is very useful for refining puppets. However, I was chased by the sea beasts at that time, and the people accompanying me were all killed. I was lucky and escaped to the Yuan Mountain. This time, I was preparing to return, but I didn't expect to be targeted by the sea beasts. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and said, It seems that the sea beast attacking the ship this time is also because of you. Lu Ming suddenly realized. He finally understood why so many sea beasts attacked the ship inexplicably. It was all because Chao Kai had stolen a kind of peerless treasure from the sea. I didn't expect it to be like this. I have already laid down layers of seals on that treasure. I originally thought that the sea beasts couldn't sense it. Now it seems that the sea beasts still have some sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked the ship. There won't be sea beasts chasing after me. Chao Kai smiled bitterly. Looks like the sea beasts only sensed a little. Otherwise, it would be a true emperor chasing you instead of a bunch of shrimps. Lu Ming said, Brother Lu, do you have a solution? Chao said, yes, you can give the treasure to me for safekeeping. I can completely isolate the aura of the treasure. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Chao Kai. All right. To Lu Ming's surprise, Chao Kai nodded, took out a storage ring, and handed it to Lu Ming. One had to know that something that could attract so many powerful sea beasts was definitely a peerless treasure. Chao Kai actually gave it to Lu Ming directly, which was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Brother Lu, the treasure is in my storage ring. I've stacked a few storage rings and placed them in my paradise treasure. I didn't expect that I still couldn't completely isolate it. Chao Kai sighed. With his status, he naturally didn't lack paradise treasures. Brother Chao, don't worry. I'll return it to you. Lu Ming waved his hands and put away the storage ring that Chao Kai had given him into the mountain river map. Lu Ming naturally didn't rely on the mountain and river diagram to isolate the treasure's aura. Chao Kai also had paradise treasures, but even he couldn't isolate it, so the mountain and river diagram was naturally useless. Lu Ming relied on the divine breath technique. The mountain and river diagram was in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to completely restrain and isolate the aura in his body. At the same time, he also isolated the aura in his sea of consciousness. After that, the two continued forward. As expected, they didn't attract any more sea beasts. The two continued forward and flew out of the sea after a day. Brother Lu, we won't be able to reach the divine fate land if we continue like this. The sea is always changing and it's easy to get lost. There are also many dangerous places. We need to stop a warship to reach the divine fate land. Chao Kai said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Chao Kai was a sky pride of the divine fate land, and he knew more about the sea. After that, Chao Kai took out a puppet and floated it in the air. The two sat on the puppet and waited quietly. Now, they could only try their luck and see if there were any warships passing by. Fortunately, there were many warships passing by during this period. They might be able to find one. Lu Ming sat on the puppet and studied the art of puppetry. The art of puppetry recorded in the jade talisman that Chao Kai gave him was extremely mysterious. However, Lu Ming already had the foundation of the art of puppetry. More importantly, Lu Ming had mastered the law of array Dao. Although the law of array Dao wasn't as compatible with the art of puppetry as the law of blacksmiths, the refining of puppets couldn't be done without inscriptions and runes. Therefore, by mastering the law of array Dao, it would be easier to comprehend the art of puppetry. Just like that, they waited here for half a month. Rumble. In front of them, a huge monster drove over. It was the warship. Moreover, the direction it was traveling was from the primordial mountain land to the divine fate land. The two of them released their auras and made a commotion, attracting the attention of the people on the warship. As the warship approached, an expert stared at them and said, "What's going on with you? Why are you in the sea ring?" "Sir, our warship was attacked by sea beasts more than half a month ago and was destroyed. We escaped." Chao Kai replied. "So, you are the survivors of that warship. Come on up." The expert's expression changed. Then he let the two of them on the ship. The last time the warship was besieged by sea beasts, many people survived. This matter had already spread. The warships passing by naturally heard about it. Since they had encountered survivors, they naturally didn't mind giving them a ride. Of course, they had to pay for the origin stones. Lu Ming and Chao Kai boarded the warship. The warship restarted and headed towards the divine fate land. This time, there was no danger. 7 days later, they finally crossed the sea ring and arrived at the divine fate land. What dense origin chi? The divine fate land's origin chi is denser than the primordial mountain land. After getting off the warship and arriving at the coast, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Brother Lu, the divine golem sect is a faction near the coast. We can go there from the nearby teleportation formation, Chao Kai said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. It was his first time in the Blessed Land, and he was unfamiliar with the place. He needed to find a place to stay and familiarize himself with the place. Moreover, there was still more than 4 months before the Battle of the Ten Earths. It was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry to go to Destiny City. Brother Chao, here's your storage ring. Lu Ming returned Chao Kai's storage ring to him. Thank you, Brother Lu. Chao Kai took it and expressed his gratitude. When he gave the storage ring to Lu Ming, he was prepared that Lu Ming wouldn't return it. If Lu Ming didn't return it, there was nothing he could do. He was touched that Lu Ming returned the storage ring to him. He also admired Lu Ming. Chapter 2082. The Divine Golem sect was located in the coastal area of the Divine Fate Land. It was a sect formed by many experts who were proficient in the art of puppetry. They focused on discussing and improving together. Therefore, the Divine Golem sect was relatively free. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon and Chao Kai to the Divine Golem sect, but no one bothered them. What amazing puppets! Walking in the Divine Golem sect, Autumn Moon exclaimed. There were all kinds of puppets in the Divine Golem sect. Some were in the shape of beasts, some were in the shape of humans, and some are almost identical to humans. These puppets were helping the Divine Golem sect deal with all kinds of matters, such as mining, refining, and even planting spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. There were many things that were not handled by humans and were directly handed to the puppets. I heard that when the art of puppetry is cultivated to the highest level, the puppets will gain sentience and be no different from living beings. That's amazing, Chao Kai exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart moved. He thought of Earth One, Gold One, and the others from the Chaos Hall. Weren't they puppets? But they were no different from living beings. Next, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon temporarily stayed in the Divine Golem sect. There were some places in the Divine Golem sect that could help one comprehend the art of puppetry. Lu Ming walked around the Divine Golem sect to comprehend the art of puppetry. Of course, he would not put all his effort into the art of puppetry. His own cultivation was the way to go. He only needed to be slightly proficient in the art of puppetry. Half a month later, Lu Ming's art of puppetry had improved greatly. He could now control several powerful puppets with his soul power. This should be enough. On this day, Chao Kai found Lu Ming and Autumn Moon and told Lu Ming that in a few days, 2 powerful sons of heaven would be fighting on the ancient emperor platform. These 2 Elysian children were both children of death. 2 sons of death. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now, the geniuses from all over the world have entered the Divine Fate Land. Together with the geniuses of the Divine Fate Land itself, the geniuses here are as numerous as the clouds. It's a scene that has never been seen before. The Battle of the 10 Earths hasn't started yet. Geniuses from all over the Divine Fate Land will clash from time to time. Battles between geniuses happen all the time, especially between Elysian children who control the same type of law. They all want to surpass each other and become the only one. The battles are even more intense. Chao Kai explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was unavoidable. Moreover, before the Battle of 10 Lands, it was better to get a feel of the opponent's strength. The duel between the 2 Elysian children has attracted a lot of geniuses. Do you want to go and watch? Chao said. Go. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had comprehended the law of death, he might be able to gain some insights from watching the battles between the other sons of death. Also, he was very curious. Who were the 2 sons of death? He had seen 2 sons of death before. One was Deathblade, and the other was Gulong from the land of myriad devils. Was it the 2 of them? Perhaps there were others who had mastered the law of death? Immediately they set off. The ancient emperor platform was a 2-day journey from here. The duel would take place 3 days later. They didn't want to delay, or they might not be able to make it. 2 days later, they arrived at a small city near the ancient emperor platform. They rested there for a night. The next day was the day of the duel between the 2 sons of death. They headed towards the ancient emperor platform. When they arrived, there was already a sea of people. At a glance, many of them were young geniuses. There were also some older geniuses. Everyone was standing around a platform. This platform looked very old and was full of mottled traces of time. This was the ancient emperor platform. Legend had it that an ancient celestial emperor comprehended the Tao here. This platform was sturdy and indestructible. It had become a place for many experts to duel. Around the platform, there were 9 stone pillars that pierced through the sky. It gave off a lofty feeling. Lu Ming's gaze swept through the crowd and found a few familiar faces. For example, Wei Tiandao and the others were geniuses of the primordial mountain. They had cultivated together in the primordial mountain's sacred court. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed and rushed to one of the 9 stone pillars. He stood on the stone pillar and looked down at the crowd. Who is this person? How dare he stand on the emperor gazing pillar? Is he so confident? Could it be an Elysian child? If it isn't, then I'll definitely be beaten into a pig's head. Some people exclaimed, while others sneered at his misfortune. Chao Kai explained. Lu Ming understood the meaning of the emperor gazing pillar. The emperor gazing pillar was not an ordinary martial emperor, but a celestial emperor. Stepping on the emperor gazing pillar represented talent, potential, and a symbol of status. Only the strongest geniuses could stand on the emperor gazing pillar. If an ordinary person stepped on it, they would definitely be beaten down. Whoosh! Not long after, another figure stepped on the emperor gazing pillar. It was a handsome young man in a purple gold robe. His face was cold and arrogant. That's Liusu. He only has the king body. Although I heard that he has cultivated the law of light and has powerful combat strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough to stand on the emperor gazing pillar. That's right. Watch carefully. Someone will definitely make a move. Seeing the young man in the purple gold robe fly up the emperor gazing pillar, there was a burst of discussion. Just as the crowd was discussing, a young man in a black robe stepped on the air. He walked step by step towards Liusu, his powerful aura crushing towards Liusu. A mere king body dares to step on the emperor gazing pillar? Get lost. The young man in the black robe said indifferently, his aura growing stronger. Let's see if you have what it takes to make me go down. Liusu said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. A ray of light spread out and covered his entire body. Not only that, a long purple river danced around his body, making him look like a deity. The law of light forms a river. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. He was indeed worthy of being called a place where geniuses gathered. There were too many geniuses in the divine fate land. This purple tassel was absolutely powerful. She had a peerless king body and had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, she had cultivated the light of law. In the past, when it was rare for an Elysian child to appear, she would definitely be a heaven's pride that could suppress the world. As long as the son of heaven did not appear, no one would be able to compete with him. Even in the current golden age, he would be a top-notch genius. However, the young man in the black robe remained calm. There was even a hint of disdain as he said, "Since you don't want to get lost, I'll make you." Buzz. Buzz. The space seemed to vibrate. Suddenly, 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared behind the young man in the black robe. The vortexes spun continuously as if they were going to suck in one's mind. 6 paths of reincarnation. It's the law of reincarnation. He's a son of reincarnation. I know who he is. Yu-He. He's Yu-He, a peerless genius in the divine fate land. Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This person was also a son of reincarnation, just like Ouyang Moli. If this person encountered Ouyang Moli, there would be a battle. Chapter 2083. Are you going to scram yourself? Or do you want me to make you scram? Yu looked at Purple Tassel indifferently, his disdain growing. Purple Tassel's expression was ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "So what if you're the son of reincarnation? Today, I want to see how powerful the reincarnation laws are." "You're overestimating yourself," Yu said coldly as he stepped forward. Boom! The 6 vortexes behind Yu, he moved with him and charged at Purple Tassel. The 6 vortexes spun rapidly, erupting with terrifying power as they tried to suck Purple Tassel in and pull him into the reincarnation laws. Purple Tassel's expression was grave as he unleashed all of his strength. Purple light burst out from his body, forming a purple sword light that slashed at Yuhi. Purple Tassel had used all of his strength in this move. It was powerful and terrifying to ordinary people. However, he was facing a son of reincarnation. Boom! Under the pressure of the 6 vortexes, Purple Tassel's sword light collapsed, turning into purple light spots that dissipated. Purple Tassel's body shook violently as he flew out like a cannonball, vomiting blood in the air. The crowd was shocked. One move, just one move, and Purple Tassel was defeated. He vomited blood and could not withstand a single blow. Is the difference between a monarch body and an Elysian sun that big? Someone said unwillingly. He was also a monarch body. Yui's cultivation should have broken through to the boundary Emperor realm. Otherwise, he would not have defeated Purple Tassel in one move. However, the difference between an Elysian sun and a monarch body is indeed that big. In a battle of the same level, a monarch body is no match for an Elysian sun, unless an Elysian sun has not cultivated the law of light. In that case, a monarch body can compete with an Elysian sun, but the chances of defeat are still high. Some of the Sky Pride sighed. There's no need to sigh. An Elysian sun does have an absolute advantage under the martial Emperor realm. He is almost invincible in a battle of the same level, but that's only for those below the martial Emperor realm. When one reaches the martial Emperor realm, they can comprehend many kinds of laws. Some monarch bodies are not monarch bodies and are late bloomers. Their performance before reaching the martial Emperor realm is mediocre, but after breaking through to the martial Emperor realm, they will rise and comprehend the strongest laws. They can compete or even defeat an Elysian sun. A young man said, full of confidence in himself. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. That's right, that was indeed the case. Right now, the so-called king body and Elysian sun only held a temporary advantage. However, after one reached martial emperor, this advantage would weaken. That was because martial emperors could comprehend many kinds of laws. Some people below martial emperors could only comprehend ordinary laws. However, after breaking through to martial emperors, they could comprehend the strongest laws in one go. After that, they would continue to break through and become unrivaled experts. There were many such examples in history. After defeating Ziliosu, Yuhi landed on the emperor-gazing pillar and stood with his hands behind his back. He was filled with a domineering aura. Purple Tassel glared at Yuhi, but in the end, she did not step onto the other emperor-gazing pillars. If one's strength was insufficient, even if they managed to step on it, they would be blasted back down. Originally, there were a few other king bodies that were also restless, but now they restrained themselves. At that moment, someone looked at the young man who was the first to step onto the emperor-gazing pillar. This person wore a white robe. Even after seeing Yuhi defeat Ziliosu, his expression was still calm. Everyone immediately knew that this person was also an Elysian child. The 2 sons of death hadn't arrived yet, but 2 sons of heaven had already appeared. This made everyone look forward to it. Since the Elysian children were gathering, would they fight each other first? Haha, it's really lively. With a loud laugh, a young man in a red robe stepped on the air and landed on an emperor-gazing pillar. Someone recognized that this was also an Elysian child from the Divine Fate Land. The Divine Fate Land was the most powerful land in the Primordial Realm's 10 lands. Its area was vast and boundless. Excluding the Barren Land, the area of the other 8 lands added together was only as large as the Divine Fate Land. There were naturally many geniuses there. It was said that the Divine Fate Land had each of the 10 strongest laws, and some even had more than one. It was really shocking to see the top 10 gathered in one place. Umeba, a Buddhist chant sounded, and a young monk stepped on the air. His snow-white kasaya fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly. This monk also landed on one of the emperor-gazing pillars. It's Saint Monk Wuxian from Boundless Temple. Someone exclaimed, seemingly very shocked. Saint Monk Wuchen is also here. I heard that Saint Monk Wuchen has mastered one of the 10 strongest laws, the law of karma. Everything is within karma. Someone said solemnly. The law of karma. Lu Ming's eyes also narrowed. The law of karma was also one of the 10 strongest laws. There was no doubt that it was a very terrifying and mysterious law. Everything in the world had karma, and karma formed the world. Mastering the law of karma and being able to control karma was absolutely terrifying. Now, for Elysian children had arrived. Many people were looking forward to seeing if these Elysian children would have a great battle first. At this moment, 2 rainbow lights flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. These 2 rainbow lights were also 2 young men. They did not slow down and directly landed on the emperor-gazing pillars. It's him. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. He was the top genius of the undying demon kingdom in the land of all demons, the son of the void. Someone recognized the other person. He was a peerless genius from the divine fate land. 6 Elysian children. Someone exclaimed. This time, it's a golden age that's rarely seen since ancient times. Many Elysian children are born everywhere. My land of all demons has 40,000 Elysian children. Everyone discussed. After that, a genius from the land of all demons said proudly. It was already very shocking that there were 4 Elysian children in one place. How many Elysian children are there in your land of Yuan Mountain? Someone looked at the genius of Yuan Mountain and asked. 6. One of the geniuses from Yuan Mountain answered. 6? You must be bragging. How can your land of Yuan Mountain have 6 Elysian children? The genius of the land of all demons immediately suspected. Among the 10 lands of the primordial realm, excluding the barren land, the primordial mountain land was considered weak. Now, a prodigy from the primordial mountain land actually said that there were 6 Elysian children in the primordial mountain land, which immediately attracted suspicion. Many people cast contemptuous gazes at Yuan Mountain. Being looked down upon, the genius of Yuan Mountain was a little unhappy. Among them, Wei Tiandao said, My land of Yuan Mountain does indeed have 6 Elysian children. They are the son of chaos, son of eternity, son of death, son of space-time, son of life, and son of reincarnation. What? There are sons of chaos in Yuan Mountain? The more you say, the more ridiculous it is. It's possible to say that there are other Elysian children, but to say that there are sons of chaos is most likely bragging. Some people despised him, although the 10 strongest laws were equally famous. In fact, there were 2 laws that were the rarest and had the lowest probability of appearing in history. Chapter 2084. The Law of Primal Chaos and the Law of Destiny. These 2 laws were faintly stronger and more mysterious than the other strongest laws. The law of destiny, as its name implied, could control destiny. Everything in the world had destiny. This kind of law was terrifying to the extreme. The law of primal chaos existed before the world was created. Everything in the world was born from primal chaos. The law of primal chaos was known as the Emperor of Laws, and it wasn't just for show. Therefore, many people found it hard to believe that there was a son of primal chaos in the land of Yuan Mountain. What we said is the truth. Wei Tiandao and the others said. Although Wei Tiandao had a grudge with Lu Ming, he had to bring up Lu Ming at this time. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon. The others were bewildered. Could it be that a son of primal chaos was really born in the land of Yuan Mountain? If so, the Battle of the 10 Earths this time would probably be even more intense. Because there was also a son of primal chaos in the divine fate land. He was unimaginably powerful and was almost invincible in the divine fate land. There were so many prodigies in the divine fate land, but only a few of them were a match for the son of primal chaos. Even some of the other sons of primal chaos were defeated by him. If there was really a son of primal chaos in the land of Yuan Mountain, who would be stronger and who would be weaker? Everyone was discussing. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care too much. Brother Lu, why don't you go up and occupy one of the emperor-gazing pillars? Chao Kai looked at Lu Ming. Cao Kai was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. It was terrifying and shocking. He was definitely an extremely terrifying son of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of interest. Didn't he come to the divine fate land to fight with these top prodigies to improve himself? In the land of Yuan Mountain, there was almost no opponent for him. Since the Battle of the Lotus World, Xing he hadn't appeared. Now that so many sons of primal chaos had appeared, Lu Ming also revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Autumn Moon, wait for me here, Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Young master, go, do your best. Autumn Moon waved her little fists. Lu Ming smiled and soared into the sky. Then, he flew toward one of the Emperor Pillars and landed on one of them. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. It's him. When the prodigies of Yuan Mountain saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with shock. In the land of Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming's reputation had already reached its peak. Not only had he defeated Hung Xinghe, but he had also controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body to kill a few martial emperors. In the end, he had even defeated the great emperor of the He clan. Such an achievement was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. He is the son of primal chaos of my primal mountain. A prodigy from Yuan Mountain spoke. What? Many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming. So this is the son of chaos of primal mountain? Was he really the son of chaos? Even the Elysian children on the emperor-gazing pillars were looking at Lu Ming, their eyes gleaming with the desire to do battle. Son of chaos? I like to see how strong you are. Sure enough, someone moved. It was a burly young man in a gray robe. Previously, someone had recognized that this person came from the Sky Savage Land, one of the 10 lands of Yuan continent. He was a son of primal chaos and controlled the primal chaos laws. The primal chaos laws and the primal chaos laws were the most similar among the 10 strongest laws. The primal chaos had not been created, and the primal chaos had not been determined. However, the world had always ranked the primal chaos laws before the primal chaos laws. Now that the son of primal chaos saw Lu Ming, his desire to do battle was obvious. Boom! This person was called Huang Ming. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful aura and stepped into the air towards Lu Ming. Complete Paragon Saint. Lu Ming could see at a glance that Huang Ming's cultivation was at the complete Paragon Saint realm. However, he had already reached the peak and was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. Boom! Huang Ming made his move. He was very direct. He was like a primordial beast, his body filled with the primal chaos laws. The primal chaos laws were as heavy as a mountain, like the primal chaos laws. Huang Ming threw out a punch, and a terrifying fist force blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the chaotic divine palm, and his palm was like a primal chaos stone, slapping towards Huang Ming. Dong! The sky shook like a drum, and a shocking explosion erupted. Then, a figure retreated, and the void trembled as he stepped on it. It was Huang Ming. The person who retreated was Huang Ming. As for Lu Ming, he stood motionless on the emperor-gazing pillar. It's the primal chaos laws. It's really the primal chaos laws. Someone exclaimed. Before the battle, some people still didn't believe it. Now that the battle had started, they finally saw that Lu Ming was really using the primal chaos laws. A son of primal chaos had really appeared in the Yuan Mountain. Again, Huang Ming shouted, and a layer of law light spread out from his body. He once again charged towards Lu Ming. He kept throwing out punches, and each punch was as heavy as a mountain. Each punch could destroy a mountain. Lu Ming still used the chaotic divine palm to meet the attack. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were continuous explosions. The force of the collision between the two turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions, causing some people who were close to them to retreat. After more than 10 consecutive explosions, Huang Ming's body was pushed back. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was intense shock in his eyes. Because Lu Ming's primal chaos laws hadn't formed a river, it meant that Lu Ming wasn't a quasi-emperor, but a perfected absolute saint. In a battle of the same level, he was actually crushed, which made him a little discouraged. "Thank you for letting me win," Lu Ming said. Just now, he didn't use any other laws and only used the primal chaos laws. Although his primal chaos laws were only at 99% completion, which was comparable to his opponent's primal chaos laws. However, Lu Ming's physical body was stronger than that of an ordinary Elysian. Moreover, Lu Ming's array Dao-nomological laws had already formed a river. After tempering his physical body once, his physical body was even stronger. In addition, Lu Ming's sacred power was stronger than ordinary people. So even if Lu Ming only used the primal chaos laws, no one would be a match for him in a battle of the same level. Naturally, he could crush Huang Ming. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He was at the same level as Huang Ming, but he could crush Huang Ming. They were both Elysian children. How could this be? Was the primal chaos laws really that powerful? But there were also Elysian children in the divine fate land. Although their combat strength was strong, they couldn't crush Elysian children of the same level. Many people looked at Lu Ming solemnly. "You're very strong. I'm no match for you." Huang Ming shook his head and returned to the emperor-gazing pillar. "Let me try." After Huang Ming retreated, another person stepped forward. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. It was Yu He, the reincarnation child. Many people were excited. Yu He was going to fight. Yu He had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. A quasi-emperor Elysian child's combat strength was absolutely amazing. He was going to fight Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be a match for him? Let's fight in the air. Chapter 2085. Yu He took a step forward and soared into the sky as well. Lu Ming and Yu He stood facing each other in the sky. Before they made a move, their powerful auras clashed continuously. Yu He was dressed in a black robe, and his body was covered in the light of the law of reincarnation. Behind him, there were 6 vortexes that kept spinning. He wanted to make everything in the world enter the cycle of reincarnation. Bang! Yu He took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it out. The long sword rapidly enlarged and turned into a giant sword. The most shocking thing was that there were 6 reincarnation vortexes on the giant sword as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was covered in the light of the law of chaos. He was not afraid at all as he charged toward Yu He's giant sword. At the same time, he used the chaotic divine palm and slapped out. Lu Ming did not use any other laws. He only used the law of chaos. He wanted to see just how strong his battle prowess was without the use of other laws. Clang! Lu Ming's palm hit Yu He's giant sword. It was like 2 divine weapons colliding, creating a terrifying vibration. There was a burst of energy, and Yu He's sword was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body also retreated a few steps. This move was a draw. So strong. How can the son of chaos be so strong? Many people were shocked beyond words. Lu Ming was only a perfected absolute saint, but he could fight with Yu He. After all, you had already broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm. Once a Boundary Emperor reached the Boundary Emperor realm, his laws would be perfect and become like a river. Moreover, when he broke through to the Boundary Emperor realm, both his physical body and saint power would be tempered by the laws and would be greatly improved. A perfected absolute saint seemed to be a step away from a Boundary Emperor realm, but the difference in strength was huge. Now, both of them were sons of heaven, but Lu Ming was able to fight against Yu He even though his cultivation was lower. It was really shocking. "Kill!" Yu He roared. His eyes were like 2 vortexes as black as ink. He took a big step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his palm to meet the attack, and the 2 of them engaged in an intense confrontation. The crowd could only see the 2 figures colliding in the air, unceasingly killing each other. That kind of scene was horrifying. Is this the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor? This is comparable to a martial emperor. Once an Elysian child breaks through to quasi-emperor, his battle prowess will be comparable to a martial emperor. I heard that Yu He had just become a quasi-emperor not long ago, but he's still a genuine quasi-emperor. Lu Ming is only in the great circle of the absolute saint realm, but he's able to fight against Yu He. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yu He had exchanged dozens of blows. Many people were unable to calm down and were discussing excitedly. Naturally, they did not know that Lu Ming already had one type of law perfected. His physical body and saint power had undergone a tempering process. Although it was only the tempering of the King Path law, it was still a great improvement. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to fight Yu He as a perfected absolute saint with only one law of chaos. But now, Lu Ming could definitely stop him. Yu He was also shocked, but he was already fighting with all his might. He was originally very ambitious. He wanted to stand out in the Battle of the 10 Earths, become famous, and obtain a great opportunity. But now, before the Battle of the 10 Earths even began, he had encountered an unprecedented setback. With his cultivation as a quasi-emperor, he could not take down a perfected absolute saint. He was the son of reincarnation, known to be invincible among those of the same level. But now, he could not take down someone with a lower cultivation than him. This was a great blow to his confidence. Therefore, he had to defeat Lu Ming. Yu He roared and unleashed his full strength. The sword whistled endlessly. The 6 whirlpools of the reincarnation whirlpool merged together to form a huge whirlpool. It wanted to pull Lu Ming into the whirlpool and achieve reincarnation. But Lu Ming was like a rock in the sea, unmoving. Whoosh! This time, Lu Ming used the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed out, and a huge, chaotic finger of tribulation formed and pointed at the huge reincarnation whirlpool. Rumble! The two collided, and a terrifying explosion erupted. In the end, both sides dissipated. Lu Ming and Yu He both retreated 1,000 meters and stood in the air. Yu He seemed to be in disbelief. He could not take down Lu Ming and could only fight to a draw with Lu Ming. The other sons of heaven on the Emperor Gazing Pillar were also very shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. Once he broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, who could be his match? It seems that there are many geniuses in the world. In the past, I underestimated the heroes of the world. Yu He said slowly. At this moment, he had regained his composure. You're very strong too, Lu Ming said. Let's fight again in the Battle of the 10 Earths. After saying that, Yu He stepped out and returned to the Emperor Gazing Pillar. Lu Ming smiled and also returned to the Emperor Gazing Pillar. This Lu Ming is becoming more and more terrifying. Wei Tiandao whispered. The geniuses of Yuan Mountain had the deepest feeling. They knew that Lu Ming still had a secret technique that he had not used. Back when he fought against Hong Xinghe, Lu Ming used that secret technique to defeat Hong Xinghe. If he used that secret technique, even Yu He would not be a match for him. I heard that Hong Xinghe had already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. But now it seems that even if Hong Xinghe broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, I'm afraid he is not a match for Lu Ming. Some of the geniuses of Yuan Mountain discussed in low voices. Brother Lu didn't use his full strength at all. Chao Kai curled his lips. He had seen Lu Ming's attack. He could easily kill a 1-star Void Emperor. That kind of combat strength was far more than what he had shown just now. However, since Lu Ming did not expose himself, he naturally would not say anything. By now, there were more and more people here. He's here. Suddenly, someone spoke and looked to the east. There, a figure was flying over at an astonishing speed. The next moment, the light faded and a young man appeared in the air. It's really him, Deathblade. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This young man was indeed Deathblade. The next moment, a rainbow light flew over from the west, and a young man appeared. It's him. Lu Ming also knew this young man. He was Gelong, the son of death of the eternal devil nation in the land of infinite devils. Obviously, the two people who were fighting were them. Come on stage, let's fight it out. Gelong looked at Deathblade. That's what I want. Deathblade said indifferently. The two moved at the same time and stepped onto the ancient emperor platform. Boom, boom. The two stood facing each other, and their bodies emitted a terrifying death aura at the same time. The death aura collided as if it was going to turn the ancient emperor platform into a kingdom of death. It was extremely rare for two sons of heaven to fight with the same kind of law. The crowd watched without blinking. Lu Ming watched even more seriously. After all, he had also comprehended the law of death. Suddenly, the two moved. They turned into two phantoms and charged at each other, fighting fiercely. The entire ancient emperor platform had turned into a death zone, shrouded by the law of death. Chapter 2086. 2.5 years ago, both Deathblade and Gelong were at the peak of the absolute saint realm. But now, both of them had reached the boundary emperor realm. After 2 years of accumulation, both of them must have been cultivating in some secret place, so their progress must have been fast. For example, Deathblade, Lu Xiang, and the others had been sent to a secret place to cultivate and had only recently come out of seclusion. Boom! Boom! The two sons of death kept clashing, and the air of death turned into a terrifying killing power that swept out in all directions. In a short time, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Abyss of Death. Gelong used his ultimate move and formed an abyss of death that covered the sky and enveloped Deathblade. He wanted to drag Deathblade into the abyss of death and bury him. Deathblade flashed quickly, wanting to dodge, but the abyss of death was too big. It covered the sky and dragged Deathblade into the abyss of death. Is Deathblade going to lose? Many people's hearts jumped. It's not that easy. They're both sons of death and have similar cultivation. It's not that easy to determine the winner. Someone shook his head. Sure enough, the abyss of death shook, and a terrifying saber light broke out of the abyss of death. Heavenly Saber of Death. A cold voice came from the abyss of death, and a huge saber light slashed out of the abyss of death. Boom! The abyss of death shook and exploded inch by inch. A figure with a terrifying saber light rushed out of the abyss of death. Slash! Deathblade rushed out, and his saber light soared into the sky. Every slash carried a terrifying aura of death. When the saber light slashed out, it was as if even space fell into a deathly silence. Gelong shouted and continued to fight with Deathblade. The usage of every law is different. Even if different people master the same law, the profundities they can unleash will be different. Lu Ming thought as he watched seriously. Watching the battle between Deathblade and Gelong, Lu Ming seemed to understand something. His understanding of the law of death had deepened. Deathblade and Gelong had exchanged hundreds of moves. At this point, both of them had used all their strength and were quite tired. It was a battle of wills and battle experience. I will win, Deathblade shouted, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were full of unyielding battle intent. It was as if he would defeat anything placed in front of him. His blade of death became even sharper and more dazzling as it slashed at Gelong. Gelong was gradually at a disadvantage. Deathblade is going to win. Deathblade's willpower is even stronger than Gelong's. We're both sons of death. Today, we're going to determine the victor. Many people were discussing this matter. After another dozen or so moves, Gelong was finally defeated. The blade of death swept across his body, leaving a deep wound that was constantly corroding him. Even though he had also grasped the laws of death, it was difficult for him to erase it in a short period of time. Puff! Gelong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled as if he couldn't believe that he had lost to the Deathblade. The Ten Lands battle hadn't even started, and he had already lost to another son of death. This was a huge blow to him. The other side as well. After this battle, Deathblade's brilliance was completely revealed, defeating another Elysian child, strengthening his own conviction, as well as his undefeatable conviction. After this battle, the Deathblade would definitely transform and reach a higher level. On the other hand, Gelong's willpower would probably be affected, and he would be even less of a match for the Deathblade in the future. This was also why when Elysian children of death met, there would definitely be a battle. Because only by defeating Elysian children of death and stepping on them could one become stronger, forging an undefeatable conviction and stepping onto the peak. This time, in the Golden Age, there might be more than two sons of death, but at least the Deathblade had defeated one and could continue to fight for supremacy. As for Gulong, he had already lost the qualifications to become the strongest son of death. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter later on, it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. "You've lost," the Deathblade said indifferently. "I will defeat you in the Ten Lands battle." Gulong said. He couldn't admit defeat like this, otherwise he would never be the Deathblade's opponent in his lifetime. "With today's defeat, you will be even less of a match for me in the future," the Deathblade said with an undefeatable conviction. Then, he rose into the air and left this place. After the Deathblade left, Gulong also left this place. The battle ended just like that. Haha, let me tell you, the Deathblade is also from my Yuan Mountain. A prodigy from Yuan Mountain laughed. This surprised some people. Lu Ming also came from Yuan Mountain. Just now, he defeated a son of reincarnation. Moreover, he defeated a son of reincarnation as the weak, which was shocking. And this time, Deathblade defeated another child of death, who also came from the primordial mountain. Yuan Mountain was amazing. Several terrifying prodigies had appeared one after another. Could it be that there were really 6 Elysian children in Yuan Mountain? Some prodigies looked a little dignified. On the emperor-gazing pillar, those Elysian children glanced at Lu Ming one after another, then rose into the air and left this place. "Lu Ming, Brother Lu." Some prodigies came over to greet Lu Ming. They were all people who used to cultivate in Yuan Mountain Academy. Some of them were still enemies with Lu Ming at that time. Because at that time, there were 4 major alliances in Yuan Mountain Academy, such as the Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Association. Now, the leader of the Knights Association greeted Lu Ming with a smile. "Brother Luo." Lu Ming nodded. The leader of the Knights Association was called Luo Zhan. "Brother Lu is getting stronger and stronger. Now, I'm too far behind you." Luo Zhan sighed. He had a king physique and had now stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. However, Lu Ming could even defeat a quasi-emperor from the Elysian children. He was far behind. "Brother Luo, you're too polite. By the way, you came a few days earlier to see Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others?" Lu Ming asked. As far as he knew, Long Chun, Huang Li, and some others had already arrived at the Divine Fate Land. Logically speaking, if they were nearby, they should have come to watch such a big show. However, Lu Ming didn't see any of them. Half a month ago, I did see Long Chun and Huang Li. The two of them worked together, but I haven't seen them recently. I think they must have left this area and gone to Destiny City, Luo Zhan said. Lu Ming nodded. The Battle of 10 Earths was getting closer and closer. They might have gone to Destiny City first. "Brother Lu, are you going to Aeon City? I heard that when you enter Aeon City, the Heavenly Emperor's statue will awaken and emit the Heavenly Tao aura. It's very mysterious and can help people comprehend the Tao. Many people have gone to Aeon City," Luo Zhan said. "The Heavenly Emperor's statue has awakened?" Lu Ming, Chao Kai, and Xiao Moon were shocked. The Heavenly Emperor's statue was no small matter. "Don't you know?" "Great, we could go together," Luo Zhan said. "Okay, let's go take a look," Lu Ming said. Chapter 2087. Aeon City could be said to be the largest city in the south of the Divine Fate Land. It was known as Aeon City and had existed for countless years. This ancient city was occupied by several huge forces. In history, more than one celestial emperor had appeared, and it was extremely powerful. Recently, in Aeon City, there was a famous celestial emperor statue that had actually awakened, exuding the aura of the heavenly Tao that could help people comprehend the Tao, attracting countless people to come. Moreover, it just so happened that the Battle of 10 Earths was approaching. Countless people from all over rushed over, so naturally there were more people. Lu Ming and the others walked on the street, looking around and exclaiming in amazement. Aeon City was no smaller than Celestial City in the land of Yuan Mountain. In fact, it was even more majestic. Soon, They arrived at their destination, the Celestial Emperor statue. A huge statue, carved from jade, was 1,000 meters tall, standing in the center of Aeon City. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He stood with his hands behind his back, but he had a kind of aura that could swallow the world and sweep away the world. This was the Celestial Emperor statue. It was only a statue at first, but now the statue was emitting rays of light that illuminated the area. A mystical aura was emitted from it. Is there a Celestial Emperor in Aeon City now? Lu Ming asked. His heart was not calm. No, legend has it that there are almost no Celestial Emperors in the Yuan realm now. Chao Kai said. No Celestial Emperors? Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the others were all puzzled. Yes, I also heard that most of the Celestial Emperors have gone to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. Perhaps a few of them stayed in the Yuan realm, but it has been a long time since a Celestial Emperor appeared. Chao Kai said. Lu Ming nodded. The Yuan realm, from ancient times until now, must have given birth to some Celestial Emperors. The Celestial Emperors no longer had a great calamity. Their lifespan was endless, and their combat strength was unparalleled. If they did not encounter a great enemy, they would almost never fall. But now, it was almost impossible to see a Celestial Emperor in the Yuan realm, so it was very likely that they really went to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. For example, in the land of Yuan Mountain, it was impossible for only Celestial Emperor Heng Yu to be born. There must be other Celestial Emperors. How intense is the war in the Heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Even the Celestial Emperor had gone to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. One could imagine how terrifying the war was. Under the huge statue of the Celestial Emperor, there were many people sitting cross-legged, mainly young people. An old man at the side explained. Although the revival of the Heavenly Emperor's statue was miraculous, it was mainly useful for cultivators below Martial Emperor. Even low-level foe emperors might be of some use. However, for those with higher cultivations, it would not be of much use. Let's go to, Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Chao Kai, Luo Zhan, and the others walked to the Heavenly Emperor's statue and sat down cross-legged in an empty space. Along the way, they saw many geniuses. Most of the Elysian children who had appeared on the Emperor-gazing pillar had appeared here. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind was empty. All of a sudden, he felt a gush of energy shrouding him. That gush of energy seemed to allow his mind to pass through layers of space and become one with heaven. The heavenly Tao contained everything. The myriad of laws of the world were all within the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming's mind shuddered as he began to comprehend the law of death. He could feel that his understanding of the law of death was extremely clear. It was even clearer and faster than when he was comprehending under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. This is a good place. Lu Ming wore a smile on his face as he began to comprehend the law of death. He mainly focused on comprehending the law of death and the law of devour. Time gradually passed. His progress in comprehending the two laws was extremely fast. Every day, he would spend half of his time comprehending the law of death and the other half comprehending the law of devour. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming's comprehension of the law of death had reached 85%, while his comprehension of the law of devour had reached 92%. Comprehending the law of death was more difficult as one progressed. It was shocking to have such a great progress in just a month. On this day, while Lu Ming was comprehending the law of death, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end as he felt a murderous intent looming over him. Although he was cultivating, he was more or less paying attention to the outside world. If someone was hostile to him, he would immediately be alerted. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and looked behind him. Behind him, a young man was walking over and looking coldly at Lu Ming. Bang! The young man stopped at a spot not far from Lu Ming. You're Lu Ming. The young man spoke indifferently, full of arrogance. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not know this person, but he could feel that this person did not come with good intentions. That's right, Lu Ming replied. At this time, Many people outside the statue were not cultivating and noticed Lu Ming and the young man. It's Mu Yang of the Mu clan. He's an extremely terrifying genius. It's said that he's the son of the void, who controls the law of nothingness. He reached the quasi-emperor realm a long time ago. Who is that young man? Mu Yang seems to be hostile to him. I know. That young man is from the Yuan Mountain. He's the son of chaos with a peak absolute saint cultivation. He defeated the quasi-emperor's son of reincarnation, Yu He. What? He's the son of chaos? And he defeated the quasi-emperor's son of reincarnation with a peak absolute saint cultivation? Many people were shocked when they heard the truth. The son of chaos was already shocking. Moreover, he was a peak absolute saint and defeated the quasi-emperor's son of reincarnation. This was even more shocking. My name is Mu Yang. Yuan Xian is my good friend. At this time, the young man spoke. Yuan Xian? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of this name. What did Mu Yang have to do with Yuan Xian? My good friend Yuan Xian is also the son of chaos. You've met him before. Mu Yang said indifferently. The son of chaos? Could it be him? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the son of chaos he met during the Hunyuan sex assessment. Yuan Xian once mentioned you, saying that you control the primal chaos emperor's primal chaos scripture. He's now in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. As his good friend, I naturally have to share his burden. Hand over your primal chaos scripture, Mu Yang said indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it had a commanding tone. It's really that person. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The only person who knew that Lu Ming had the primal chaos scripture was the son of chaos, who had also been to the primal chaos palace. The son of chaos was extremely rare. It was even harder to be born than the other sons of heaven. Lu Ming hadn't heard of any other sons of chaos who had mastered the law of chaos. If you want the primal chaos scripture, let's see if you have the ability. Lu Ming spoke, his voice turning cold. Oh, so you're saying that you want to fight me? Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated Yu He. In the divine fate land, there are many people stronger than Yu He, Mu Yang said coldly. You'll know if you try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Mu Yang's body. Waves of energy rushed toward Lu Ming like shock waves. Chapter 2088. Lu Ming and Mu Yang faced each other, an icy cold aura pervading the area, causing many people who were cultivating to wake up. What's going on? It's Mu Yang, and that Lu Ming. Many people were shocked and angry, but when they saw that it was Mu Yang and Lu Ming, they all shut their mouths. They could see that the two peerless geniuses had a conflict, and were about to fight. Boom! Mu Yang attacked. His palm was covered with a layer of light. It was extremely terrifying, as if even space had turned into nothingness, causing the area around his palm to look like a black hole. Boom! Lu Ming went up, using the primal chaos divine palm. His palm turned gray, like a primal chaos stone. The two's palms heavily collided. It was as if a great bell had vibrated. A terrifying force formed rings of shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Many people's bodies blossomed with light, blocking the shockwaves. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Mu Yang's bodies trembled. They continued to exchange a few blows, but there was no clear victor. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that Mu Yang's power was like a storm pressing down on him. Combined with the law of nothingness, it almost broke his law of primal chaos and turned him into nothingness. This Mu Yang was definitely stronger than Yu He. You do have some strength. No wonder you were so arrogant. But this strength is not enough. Mu Yang's eyes seemed to blossom with a strange light. It was the light of nothingness. His aura became stronger and stronger. But at this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura exploded from the sky. A terrifying pressure, like an immemorial mountain, pressed down on Lu Ming and Mu Yang, causing their bodies to stiffen. Unknowingly, a white-haired old man had appeared in the sky. The old man looked down at Lu Ming and Mu Yang, coldly saying, In front of the Heavenly Emperor's statue, no impudence, no fighting. Violators will be killed. Since it's your first offense, I will let you go this time. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Lu Ming and Mu Yang retracted their auras, but their eyes were still coldly staring at each other. Do you dare to fight with me on the stage? Mu Yang said coldly. He was extremely confident in himself. Previously, although the battle prowess Lu Ming had displayed was very shocking, he was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming because he had not used his full strength just now. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Senior, let us go. Mu Yang said to the old man in the sky. The old man withdrew his aura, and the pressure on Lu Ming and the others disappeared. Come if you have the guts. Mu Yang left behind these words before stepping into the air and leaving. Lu Ming smiled and followed him. Xiao Yu, Chao Kai, and the rest hurried to catch up. The son of primal chaos is going to battle Mu Yang. Let's go take a look. I heard that Mu Yang advanced to Quasi-Emperor long ago and is already preparing to break through to Martial Emperor. His combat prowess is extremely strong. That Lu Ming has not advanced to Quasi-Emperor yet. He actually dares to accept the challenge? The Heavenly Sons are all proud and arrogant. How can they not accept the challenge? However, I think that Lu Ming will most likely lose this time. After all, he is only a complete Paragon Saint. I think so too. No matter how strong a complete Paragon Saint is, there is a limit to it. Voices could be heard all around. Of course, Lu Ming could hear them. He guessed that Mu Yang had already started to develop a small world. Such a person could already prepare to break through to Martial Emperor. Not long after, they came to a spacious area. There was a huge battle stage here. At this moment, there were two people fighting on the stage. They were two youths with king bodies. Their combat prowess was not weak. However, Mu Yang was extremely domineering. He directly flew towards the battle stage and stepped on it. He shouted, "Both of you get down." The terrifying void light caused the two youths' expressions to change drastically. They quickly retreated and landed at the edge of the battle stage, looking at Mu Yang with ugly expressions. They were in the middle of a battle, and Mu Yang had directly asked them to get down. This was an insult to them. What? Why are you still here? Do you want to fight with me? Mu Yang looked at the two youths with king bodies, and his voice was filled with displeasure. The two youths did not dare to fight with Mu Yang. In the end, they could only swallow their anger and jump down from the battle stage. Many people around them were unhappy. Mu Yang was too domineering. However, no one stood out to criticize him. Not only was Mu Yang powerful, but the force behind him was also terrifying. No one was willing to offend him. Lu Ming, get down here and fight with me. Mu Yang's voice resounded in all directions. Don't shout so loudly. I won't run, Lu Ming said indifferently. He stepped into the air and landed on the battle stage. Lu Ming, I advise you to obediently hand over the primal chaos scripture. This time, I can let you go and let you participate in the battle of the 10 Earths. Otherwise, you won't even be able to participate in the battle of the 10 Earths. Mu Yang said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his message to Lu Ming. He did not transmit it to anyone else. I said, if you want it, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Stubborn. Then I'll let you see what it means by there's always someone better than you. Mu Yang's eyes were cold. His body emitted a cold, killing intent. Boom. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His body was enveloped in the light of the void as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the law of primal chaos and went up to meet him. This time, they were not under the Heavenly Emperor's statue, but on the battle stage. There was no need to hold back. The two of them fought without restraint. Boom! Boom! The two of them clashed continuously. The battle stage rumbled and exploded continuously. The two of them fought with speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. The fighting ring was surrounded by people, densely packed with people. There were many terrifying geniuses. Many of them were sons of the heavens. Lu Ming is no match for Mu Yang. Yui said. Previously, he had fought with Lu Ming and was aware of Lu Ming's strength. That may not be the case. I think that Lu Ming will win. Monk Wu Chun of Wuya Temple chanted the name of Buddha and said with a smile. These words caused everyone's expression to change. Monk Wu Chun controlled the law of cause and effect. Everything in the world was related to cause and effect. He might be able to see through cause and effect. You said that Lu Ming hid his strength when he fought with me previously? Yu's eyes shone brightly. He was unwilling to believe it. I can't say. You'll know when you continue watching. Monk Wu Chun smiled. It was unfathomable. At that moment, Lu Ming and Mu Yang had exchanged more than 10 blows. At that moment, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He has indeed started to evolve a small world. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Mu Yang had already started to break through to the martial emperor realm. He had started to use the law of cause as a foundation to evolve a small world. His saint force contained a trace of the power of a small world. Its power was shocking. Now, Lu Ming had only used the law of primal chaos and was already at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, I have said that you are no match for me. Mu Yang launched a flurry of attacks. At the same time, his cold and arrogant voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It's too early for you to be happy, Lu Ming replied indifferently. Chapter 2089. If one type of law wasn't enough, then he would use two. Lu Ming's muscles bulged as his saint power surged. Silently, he merged the Array Dao law into the Primal Chaos law. Boom! Lu Ming's palm power suddenly increased as he struck out, breaking Mu Yang's law of nothingness. Mu Yang's expression changed as his body shook, and he couldn't help but retreat. Your power? How is that possible? Mu Yang said in shock. How could Lu Ming's power suddenly increase? He was much stronger than before. He couldn't see that Lu Ming had merged two types of laws. In the land of infinite demons, Lu Ming had stayed in the canyon of the Demon Sea for more than 2 years. Every day, he would challenge and fight. He was already extremely proficient in the use of laws. When he used a few types of laws, he could use the Primal Chaos law to cover up the other laws. Of course, if he used two types of supreme laws at the same time, it wouldn't be able to be covered up because supreme laws were too strong. But when he used supreme laws and Monarch Dao law, he could cover it up so that others couldn't see it. Therefore, Mu Yang couldn't understand how Lu Ming's power had increased so much. Around the battle stage, the others were also shocked. Lu Ming had suddenly exploded and forced Mu Yang to retreat. Lu Ming indeed hid his strength when he fought with me previously. He sighed as his eyes were filled with disappointment. He still wanted to defeat Lu Ming in the Ten Lands battle, but now it seemed that it would be difficult. Amiba. Monk Wu Chun chanted a Buddhist chant. When the other Elysian children looked at Lu Ming, their expressions were grave. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong and exceeded common sense. Kill. On the battle stage, Lu Ming roared as he charged towards Mu Yang. Every move of his contained a fusion of the Primal Chaos law and the Array Dao law. Its power was astonishing. Moreover, the Array Dao law was already perfect, so its power was even greater. The fusion of the laws didn't increase the power by as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it increased exponentially. The more laws were fused, the stronger the power. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Mu Yang once again clashed, but this time, Mu Yang was completely suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position. He was no match for Lu Ming, and every time they clashed, his body would violently tremble, as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. His incomparably powerful saint energy was actually useless. He could not block it. Impossible. How is this possible? Mu Yang simply couldn't accept it. He had already begun to develop a small world. Once the time was right, he would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. Xiao Chun was already infinitely close to martial emperor. Furthermore, he was a firmament scion. He was much stronger than those firmament scions who had just advanced to quasi-emperor. However, Lu Ming was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His law of chaos hadn't formed a river yet. How could he be so strong? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He roared angrily and used all of his strength, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. The Sea of Void. In the end, Mu Yang executed his strongest move. This was a terrifying magic skill with boundless power. It pushed the Law of Void's power to its limits, forming a sea of Law of Void that enveloped everything. It wanted to turn everything into nothingness. In reality, many people grasped more than one magic skill after becoming a quasi-emperor. This was because after becoming a quasi-emperor and reaching the peak of the Law of Chaos, one could easily grasp other magic skills and raise them to their limits. It was just like how Lu Ming cultivated the primal chaos divine palm. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have a corresponding magic skill. The Sea of Nothingness was Mu Yang's trump card. Splash! It really sounded like waves crashing. Lu Ming was enveloped by the Sea of Void. Turn into nothingness. Mu Yang roared, his voice filled with boundless killing intent. At this moment, he no longer wanted to take the primal chaos scripture from Lu Ming. Instead, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. The Battle of the 10 Earths had yet to begin. He could not lose. Once he lost, he would suffer a crushing defeat in the Battle of the 10 Earths. What a terrifying magic skill. Lu Ming is in danger. Someone exclaimed. The Law of Void turned into an ocean and enveloped an area. It was simply too terrifying. Many people could not help but worry for Lu Ming. Mu Yang can be said to be a seated expert in this Battle of the 10 Earths. He has a high chance of entering the top 10. When he erupts, his battle strength is truly shocking. That's right. In the past, Mu Yang was almost invincible in the Divine Fate Land. There were only a few people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Some people spoke. However, Autumn Moon and Chao Kai's eyes were calm. There was no worry in their eyes. Autumn Moon knew very well how strong Lu Ming was when he erupted with his full strength. As for Chao Kai, he had seen Lu Ming fight before. They knew that Lu Ming had not used his full strength yet. Rumble. Mu Yang stood above the Sea of Void. His eyes were cold as he constantly used the Law of Void to ensure that Lu Ming would be turned into nothingness. But in the next instant, Mu Yang's expression changed, because the Sea of Void had started to shake. It was as if there was a giant beast stirring up the winds and clouds. Boom! In the end, an incomparably huge finger that looked like the finger of a god charged out of the Sea of Void. Boom! Boom! Next, primal chaos tribulation fingers charged out from various parts of the Sea of Void. The Sea of Void turned into a beehive. Then, with a violent explosion, it completely exploded. Impossible. Mu Yang roared in disbelief. His body shook violently as he retreated. Blood flowed out his mouth. Nothing is impossible. Kill. The Sea of Void disappeared and Lu Ming's figure appeared. He was unscathed as he roared and charged at Mu Yang. Boom. The large hand pressed down. Mu Yang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. He was sent flying dozens of meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming followed closely behind. He did not give Mu Yang any chance to catch his breath as he launched a torrential barrage of attacks at Mu Yang. Mu Yang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging a few blows with Lu Ming, he felt as if his arm was about to break as he continued to spit out blood. Bang! Finally, he was unable to block and was struck by Lu Ming's palm on his chest. His chest caved in from the blow and almost exploded into a large hole. If not for his powerful law light and astonishing defensive power, his body would have exploded from this move. But even so, he was still lying on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. With your strength, you still want to get the primal chaos scripture from me? Let Yuan Xin do it herself. Lu Ming looked down at Mu Yang and said coldly, full of disdain. Mu Yang was mad with hatred. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Lu Ming, let me tell you, I have already investigated you. You have many friends in Yuan Mountain. Now, there are a few people who are guests in my Mu family. You better hand over the primal chaos scripture and follow me to the Mu family. Otherwise, all your friends will die. Mu Yang suddenly said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his voice. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Chapter 2090. Seeing Lu Ming's shock, Mu Yang sneered. Ever since he knew that there was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain, who was Yuan Xian's nemesis, he had been paying attention to Yuan Mountain. When the geniuses of Yuan Mountain came to the Divine Fate Land, he began to investigate, wanting to know Lu Ming's whereabouts and deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not come, but he found out about Lu Ming's friends, and he immediately sent people to capture them. It was just a precaution, but he did not expect it to come in handy. There are two people who control the law of force. One is called Long Chun, and the other is called Desolate Force. They are both in my Mu family. Haha, Lu Ming, follow me to the Mu family and hand over the primal chaos scripture. Mu Yang laughed and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. His heart was filled with cold, killing intent. Today, Lu Ming had defeated him in front of everyone, and in his opinion, it was a great humiliation. As long as Lu Ming stepped into the Mu family, he would make Lu Ming regret it. You deserve to die, Lu Ming said coldly, staring at Mu Yang with a cold gaze. At that moment, his killing intent was extremely dense. It seemed that Long Chun and Desolate Force had indeed fallen into Mu Yang's hands. You still dare to threaten me at this time? Mu Yang's face was gloomy. I said you're stupid. You really are. You shouldn't have said it here at this time, Lu Ming said coldly. Mu Yang's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "What are you trying to do?" At the same time, he quickly retreated, but it was too late. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Mu Yang. Boom! This time, Lu Ming had also integrated the Law of Devour, making Lu Ming's battle strength even stronger. With one strike, Mu Yang's arms directly exploded, turning into flesh and blood that splattered everywhere. The terrifying power directly pierced through Mu Yang's protective light of laws and pierced through his body, revealing a hole that went straight through his front and back. Mu Yang fell to the ground and screamed. Crack! In the next moment, Lu Ming rushed over and stepped on Mu Yang's legs, breaking them. Mu Yang let out a hysterical scream. Lu Ming, I'll kill you! Mu Yang roared. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming stomped on Mu Yang's face, almost crushing his head. Mu Yang vomited a large mouthful of blood, and almost all of his teeth fell out. Tell your men to bring my friend here in exchange for you. If my friend loses a single hair, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. You dare? Mu Yang roared. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on his face again, causing Mu Yang to scream miserably. At this moment, Mu Yang was filled with regret. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He should not have mentioned that he had captured Long Chun and Desolate Force on the fighting ring. He had not expected Lu Ming to be so decisive. The main reason was that the force behind him was too strong. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Lu Ming would not dare to do anything to him. Also, Lu Ming's friend was in his hands. He thought that he had everything under control, but he had not expected Lu Ming to take him down directly. The main reason was that Lu Ming was too decisive. In an instant, he had thought of a way to save Mu Yang. Ordinary people would not have thought of it and would not be so decisive. Around the fighting ring, many people looked at each other. Because Mu Yang had spoken to them through voice transmission, they did not know the whole story and were very confused. They did not understand why Lu Ming had suddenly gone crazy and tortured Mu Yang. How dare you? Let go of young Master Mu Yang. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're the son of chaos. If you offend the Mu family, you'll die without a burial ground. At the scene, a few experts from a Mu family roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. They were all martial emperors. If you guys continue to blabber, I'll kill him. Lu Ming coldly glanced at the martial emperors and said coldly. His voice was filled with cold, killing intent. The martial emperors from the Mu family all shut up. Mu Yang was the #1 genius of the Mu family. His talent was peerless. Nothing could happen to him. Why aren't you calling people to bring my friend here? Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at Mu Yang. At this moment, Mu Yang was being stepped on by Lu Ming. He was incomparably humiliated. If there was a crack in the fighting ring, he would find a crack and hide in it. He was the son of the void, a genius who was about to break through to the martial emperor realm. He was known as one of the strongest factions in the Battle of the Ten Earths. However, at this moment, he was being ruthlessly stepped on by Lu Ming. He really could not bear it. However, the cold killing intent from Lu Ming's body told him that Lu Ming would really kill him. Go and bring people here. Finally, Mu Yang roared and called the experts of the Mu family to bring people here. The experts of the Mu family had ugly expressions, but in the end, they still left and flew towards the Mu family. The headquarters of the Mu family was in Aeon City. It seems that Mu Yang has captured Lu Ming's friend. Through the conversation between Lu Ming and Mu Yang, many people could see what was going on. No wonder Lu Ming was suddenly furious. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming's ability was too powerful. It had reached a terrifying level. Is his cultivation really still at the peak of the absolute Saint realm? He hasn't broken through to the boundary Emperor realm? Some people spoke, finding it hard to believe. His laws have not formed a river. He is indeed at the peak of the absolute Saint realm. An expert spoke and confirmed Lu Ming's cultivation. This made everyone gasp. Lu Ming's physical body is extremely powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary son of the heavens. I reckon that he must have had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, causing his physical body to become shockingly powerful. His combat strength has also greatly increased. An older generation figure spoke. They had seen through the situation. Although his physical body is powerful, his law power is even more terrifying. He is strong in all aspects and has almost no weakness. Another older generation figure spoke. Monster. Many people sighed. Fortunately, this person's cultivation is low. If his cultivation was high, who would be his match in this battle of the 10 lands? It's hard to say. Don't forget that this generation has given birth to a son of destiny. These words caused many people to be greatly shocked. Yes, a son of destiny. This was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying figure, a true invincible figure. Also, the ancient cultivation system has also appeared. Someone has cultivated it to a terrifying level. Also, the son of Chaos Yuan Xin is said to be in seclusion to break through to the martial emperor realm. Following that, someone spoke, causing everyone's hearts to tremble again. Meanwhile, some sons of the heavens had extremely solemn expressions. This time, the Battle of the 10 Lands would probably be incomparably intense. It would become a shocking event. Lu Ming did not wait for too long. In less than half an hour, a group of people flew over. They were the experts of the Mu family. They flew over with 2 young men. Long Chun, Huang Li. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The 2 young men were Long Chun and Huang Li. Lu Ming. Long Chun and Huang Li also saw Lu Ming and revealed a look of shock. When they saw Mu Yang being stepped on by Lu Ming, they knew what had happened. Lu Ming, what you're doing is too dangerous. Long Chun sighed with a solemn expression. We're friends. Chapter 2091. Yes, they were friends. If they were friends, how could they leave them in the lurch? If the situation was reversed and Lu Ming was in danger, they would definitely save him. Long Chun, Huang Li, is it just the 2 of you? Is there anyone else? Lu Ming inquired. If there were others captured by Mu Yang, he would save them as well. No, it's just the 2 of us. That bastard, I'll kill him one day. Huang Li spoke, looking at Mu Yang unhappily. Swap. Lu Ming looked at the Mu family's experts. Hand over young Master Mu Yang first, then we'll let him go. One of the Mu family's experts said cunningly. Nonsense, hand him over, or I'll cripple him now. Lu Ming said coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand, pressing against Mu Yang's dantian. The Mu family's experts' faces changed. Mu Yang's identity was too important. They didn't dare to gamble. In their eyes, Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others were just king physiques. How could their value be compared to Mu Yang's? All right, we'll let him go. One of the Mu family's experts shouted, releasing Long Chun and Huang Li. The two of them quickly flew to Lu Ming's side. Now, you can let young Master Mu Yang go, one of the Mu family's experts said. Let him go now. Do you think I'm stupid? This is Aeon City, your Mu family's territory. If I let him go now, won't your Mu family's experts kill me with a slap? Lu Ming sneered. Brat, don't push your luck. One of the Mu family's experts roared. The other Mu family's experts had ugly expressions. They had indeed hidden experts in the dark. As long as Lu Ming let Mu Yang go, the Mu family's experts would take action and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Only death awaited those who dared to threaten their Mu family. However, Lu Ming didn't fall for their trick, which made them furious. The rest of the people were also secretly amazed. They were amazed by Lu Ming's courage and his meticulousness. What do you mean I'm going overboard? I'm doing this to save my own life. Your young Master Mu Yang's life is so precious. If he were to die because of us, honestly speaking, it's not worth it at all. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Lu Ming's neck, causing Mu Yang's eyes to spit fire. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. What do you want to do? In the end, the Mu family compromised, and an expert spoke. Tell us to leave the city. Your Mu family can't follow us. I have a secret technique that allows me to sense the aura of experts. Once we leave the city, I'll immediately kill Mu Yang. It'll be a life and death struggle, Lu Ming said. As for what kind of secret technique he had that could allow him to sense the aura of experts, it was pure nonsense to deceive the Mu clan. There was nothing he could do about it. He was facing a colossus like the Mu clan, and he couldn't use his celestial emperor body right now, so he could only use some other methods. How can we trust you? What if you harm young Master Mu Yang after leaving the city? An expert of the Mu clan spoke, not wanting to back down. You can only take a gamble. There's no other choice. Lu Ming's voice resounded, causing the Mu clan's experts to narrow their eyes, revealing killing intent. Moreover, your Mu clan is so powerful, and I don't have any great enmity with you. There's no need for me to offend the Mu clan, so why would I kill Mu Yang? I'm not crazy, Lu Ming continued. The Mu clan's experts fell silent. Lu Ming was right. If Lu Ming really killed Mu Yang, he would have to face the Mu clan's crazy revenge. To Lu Ming, there was no benefit at all. All right, we agree. Kid, you better not play any tricks, one of the Mu clan's experts said. Of course not. Long Chun, Huangli, let's go. Lu Ming lifted Mu Yang and flew out, with Long Chun and Huangli following closely behind. Your Mu clan, it's best if no one else follows. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the others. Some of them wanted to join in the fun, but Lu Ming wouldn't allow that. What if the Mu clan's people were mixed in with them? Everyone please stay. The Mu clan's people were helpless. They knew that Lu Ming's thoughts were meticulous, and there was no loophole. They could only block the others. The Mu clan's power was incomparably powerful. The others naturally wouldn't go against the Mu clan, so they all stopped. Lu Ming's group of 3 brought Mu Yang out of Aeon City with extreme speed. Of course, Chiu Yu also followed. As for Chao Kai, Lu Ming transmitted a message to him to stay in Aeon City. Because Chao Kai and Lu Ming didn't have much of a relationship, and they just met, the Mu clan shouldn't make things difficult for him. Not long after, Lu Ming's group left Aeon City. Lu Ming didn't let go of Mu Yang immediately. He was afraid that if the Mu clan's experts were high up in the sky, it would be troublesome. Lu Ming used Array Dao Law to completely seal Mu Yang. Not long after, they arrived at a large mountain. Lu Ming's group rushed into a cave, hiding from all sight. This brat is so young, but his thoughts are too meticulous. High up in the sky, there were indeed 2 figures. These 2 were experts from the Mu clan. They were incomparably terrifying as they were both peak true emperors. They concealed their auras and hid in the sky. As long as Lu Ming let go of Mu Yang, they would attack and kill Lu Ming's group. However, Lu Ming was very careful and hid in the cave. They couldn't see him and didn't dare to use their spiritual senses. If Lu Ming sensed them, they might really kill Mu Yang. They could only wait. Chiu Yu, Long Chun, Huang Li, use your divine aura technique and hide in my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said to the three Qiuyu in the cave. Just the mountain and river diagram alone wasn't enough. True emperors were too strong and could sense the aura inside a heavenly grotto. Only by using the divine aura technique together with the mountain and river diagram could they isolate the aura of the other party. The three Qiuyu had cultivated the divine aura technique before. The three nodded and used it to enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming threw Mu Yang into the cave and coldly stared at him. Tell Yuan Xan that I will cut off his head sooner or later. With that, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and disappeared from sight. Lu Ming converted the law of primal chaos into the law of the earth and sank into the ground for 100 miles. At the same time, he used the divine aura technique to conceal his aura as much as possible before heading deeper into the divine fate ground. Lu Ming didn't kill Mu Yang because he knew that Mu Yang would definitely seek revenge. However, if he did, he would have to face the wrath of the entire Mu clan and even Grand Emperors. That would be even more dangerous. In the sky, the two true emperors had been waiting for half a day. They had lost their patience. It's been so long. Let's go down and take a look. One of them said. The other nodded. The two of them rushed down and arrived at the cave. They saw that Mu Yang was covered in dense symbols. One of the true emperors waved his hand and broke the seal on Mu Yang's body. Ah, damn it, I will tear that brat to pieces. Mu Yang roared crazily after regaining his freedom. This time, he had lost too much face and became a laughingstock. His hatred for Lu Ming would never be washed away. Send someone to find that brat. Chapter 2092. Lu Ming traveled underground for more than a day. He didn't know how far he had traveled before Lu Ming came out of the ground. After coming out of the ground, Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned youth. He used the divine breathing technique and took out a goshawk puppet. This goshawk puppet was given to him by Chao Kai. When it spread its wings, it was 100 meters wide, and its speed was 100 times faster than the shuttle. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on it and flew toward Destiny City. For the time being, Lu Ming didn't let Qiu Moon and the other two out. He let them cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. This place was still very far away from Destiny City. 2 days later, Lu Ming came to a teleportation area. Through the teleportation array, he finally arrived near Destiny City. At this time, Lu Ming let Xiu Moon, Long Chun, and Huang Li come out of the mountain and river diagram and rushed towards Destiny City. Tianming City was majestic and had been standing on this piece of land for countless years. Legend had it that Tianming City was the first ancient city in the primordial realm. It had existed for countless years, and after countless years of expansion, it occupied a vast area. Naturally, there were terrifying forces entrenched in Tianming City. Some people even said that there was a heavenly emperor in Destiny City. No one could verify this news, but it was definitely shocking. Legend had it that most heavenly emperors had gone to the heavenly world to participate in the war. It had been many years since a heavenly emperor had appeared in the Yuan continent. That was why there was a saying that emperors were the pinnacle if a heavenly emperor didn't appear. Furthermore, because the Battle of the 10 Earths was coming, countless young geniuses from all over the Yuan continent had gathered in Destiny City. Therefore, the strongest forces in Destiny City had announced that no killing was allowed in Destiny City during this period of time. If there was a fight, it could be on a fixed stage. This was to protect the young geniuses. Apart from the young geniuses, there were even more martial emperors. During this period of time, the experts in Destiny City would gather. If they didn't control it, it would definitely be chaotic. This was also the reason why Lu Ming and the others rushed to Destiny City. The Mu clan wouldn't give up. Right now, Destiny City was the safest place. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others finally entered Destiny City. Even though they had seen the likes of Celestial City and Aeon City, Destiny City still gave them a great shock, because it was simply too ancient, too vicissitudes of life, too vast. Tianming City was like another world. It contained everything: mountains, rivers, and even various forbidden grounds. Over the years, countless experts have been born, and naturally, there were also countless opportunities. The origin qi in this land was extremely dense. The four of them strolled around the city before settling down at an inn. Although it was called an inn, it was actually a huge courtyard. There were a total of 8 rooms, and the area was extremely large. Of course, the price was also shocking. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the others had been in Destiny City for 7 days. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The Mu clan hadn't come looking for them. Tianming City is so vast, and it can be said to be the most prosperous place in the Yuan continent. I wonder if I can, by the law of death, divine ability. Lu Ming pondered as he ended his cultivation. The further one cultivated the law of death, the harder it was to comprehend it. Lu Ming felt that he needed a law of death divine ability. That way, they could complement each other, and it would be faster for him to improve. Thinking of this, Lu Ming walked out of the inn and asked around. Then, he went to the largest trading place in Destiny City. The largest trading place in Tianming City was also the largest trading place in Yuan continent. It had everything. When Lu Ming walked in, he was dazzled by what he saw. There were all kinds of treasures. Lu Ming even saw a few rare treasures in the world. Lu Ming was very envious. Of course, the prices were also shockingly expensive. However, no one dared to rob here because this place was built by the strongest forces in Destiny City. It was said that there were terrifying experts overseeing this place. Even great emperors had to behave themselves. Lu Ming walked around and bought some spiritual liquid, intending to water the Enlightenment ancient tree. After that, he came to a shop that specialized in selling secret manuals. "Young master, how may I help you?" As soon as Lu Ming entered the shop, a young and beautiful lady approached him with a gentle smile on her face. Lu Ming didn't disguise himself. After coming to Destiny City, he returned to his original appearance. "I want to buy a divine ability." Lu Ming smiled. "May I know what law of death divine ability you are looking for? Our shop is rich in all kinds of divine ability. We have at least 90% of the divine ability from the myriad of law of death." The young lady smiled. 90%. Lu Ming was shocked. This shop was definitely not simple. There were thousands of law of death in the world, and it was hard to count them. However, this shop actually said that it had 90% of the divine ability from the myriad of law of death. "I want a divine ability from the law of death," Lu Ming said directly. The young lady's eyes lit up and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Could Lu Ming be a death child? Apart from the death child who controlled the law of death, it was useless for others to buy a divine ability from him. "Young master, please follow me." The young lady's smile widened and brought Lu Ming to a room. "Young master, please take a seat." In the room, there was an old man who was the manager of this place. He looked at Lu Ming with a smile. "Young master needs a divine ability from the law of death?" The old man asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "So, young master is a death child?" The old man asked again. Lu Ming nodded. The old man smiled and said, "Our shop happens to have a divine ability from the law of death called the Death Eye. However, the price is not cheap. I'll buy it." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be a divine ability from the law of death here. It was indeed worthy of being called Destiny City. However, the price of a divine ability was too high. In the end, Lu Ming spent 80% of his wealth to buy the Death Eye. His heart was bleeding from the pain. One had to know that Lu Ming had killed many experts during this period, including the Blue Demon King of the ancient Devil Kingdom. That was a peak true Emperor expert. Lu Ming could be said to be rich. However, it was almost emptied out in an instant. A divine ability from one of the 10 strongest laws was too expensive. However, it was all worth it. The Death Eye could erupt with the power of the law of death through the eyes, instantly plunging the enemy into death and robbing them of their vitality. It was extremely domineering. As long as he succeeded in cultivating it, Lu Ming would have another powerful technique. Moreover, it would also be able to promote the cultivation of the law of death. After returning to the inn, Lu Ming immediately started comprehending the Death Eye. Sure enough, with the help of the divine ability, Lu Ming's comprehension of the law of death became faster and easier. Chapter 2093. Aeon City, the Mu clan, in a large hall. Mu Yang sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. After half a month, his injuries had fully recovered, but his anger and murderous intent hadn't subsided in the slightest. Over the past half a month, the news of Mu Yang being brutally abused by Lu Ming had already spread throughout Aeon City and the entire Divine Fate Land at the speed of a hurricane. Mu Yang was known as a seed expert, but he was beaten so miserably by a son of primal chaos who was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. It was hard for him not to be noticed. Now, countless people were secretly discussing how Lu Ming had trampled on Mu Yang's face in public, and even used him as a hostage. He had become a laughingstock. Damn it. Mu Yang's face was twisted with murderous intent. Have you found out where that bastard is? Mu Yang coldly asked the person who had come to report to him. Young noble, we've found out. Lu Ming's group has already entered Destiny City. A burly man reported. Want to hide in Destiny City? Don't even think about it. Kill. Send people into Destiny City and kill that bastard. Mu Yang roared. Young noble, this isn't appropriate. A white-haired old man spoke. He was a powerful true emperor from the Mu clan. Why is it inappropriate? Mu Yang coldly asked. Right now, several powerful forces in Destiny City have given the order that no one is allowed to fight in Destiny City. Otherwise, we'll be making an enemy out of them. If we send people to fight in Destiny City, I'm afraid we'll offend them. The old man said. Although the Mu clan was a powerful overlord in Aeon City, there was still a gap between them and the other forces in Destiny City. The Mu clan didn't dare to offend the overlords of Destiny City either. Mu Yang's expression darkened. After a while, he coldly said, We don't have to do it ourselves. Go find the people from the Nation of Death. Those lunatics will do anything as long as they're paid. Everyone's expression changed as a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. It was as if they were very afraid of the Nation of Death. The kingdom of the god of death in the Divine Fate Land was indeed terrifying. That was because this was a terrifying assassin organization. There are all kinds of terrifying assassins. As long as you paid, you could kill any expert. Moreover, the Death God Nation loved to hunt down geniuses and experts. Their most glorious battle record was when they killed a great emperor, shocking the entire Divine Fate Land. Some people even suspected that this Death God Nation was created by a foreign race. There were also powerful forces that wanted to eliminate this assassin organization, but this organization was too mysterious. No one knew where their headquarters were. At most, they could only eliminate some of their branches. They would always be able to rise from the ashes. Now, Mu Yang wanted to ask the assassins of the Nation of Death to kill Lu Ming. Others might not dare to make a move in Destiny City, but the Nation of Death did. Lu Ming, if you offend me, only death awaits you, Mu Yang said coldly. Lu Ming had been in Destiny City for a month. Cultivating like this is still too slow. On this day, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and sighed. Now his law of primal chaos had reached a bottleneck. It was only a step away from perfection, and it seemed like it could be crossed at any time. However, this any time could be a few months, or it could be a year or two. It was hard to say. Some people were stuck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, Lu Ming's main focus was now on the law of death and the law of devour. Following the improvement of these two laws, his battle prowess would also become stronger and stronger. However, even with the Azura's Eye, the improvement of the law of death was still too slow. Lu Ming wasn't satisfied. I heard that there's an ancient battlefield in Destiny City that contains powerful death chi and evil chi. Many people who cultivate evil chi will cultivate there. It's the most suitable place for the law of death to cultivate. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to go to that ancient battlefield to cultivate. There were still about 2 months before the Battle of the 10 Earths. Everyone was thinking of ways to improve their cultivation, because it was said that there would be great opportunities in the Battle of the 10 Earths. Only the strong could obtain them. Although Lu Ming was very strong now, there was always someone stronger. Who knew what other terrifying geniuses there were? Now, was there anyone who had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? If there were powerful geniuses who had already entered the Martial Emperor realm, their strength would definitely be terrifying. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. He said goodbye to Qiu Yu, Long Chun, and Huang Li, then left the inn and went to the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was in the northern region of Destiny City. It was a battlefield left behind from ancient times. It was deathly silent and filled with death qi and evil qi. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning, but it still took him half a day to reach the ancient battlefield. This was a boundless great mountain, deathly still. As far as the eye could see, it was completely barren, without a single living creature. Lu Ming stepped in. The death qi is indeed dense. As soon as he entered the mountain, Lu Ming felt that the death qi here was very dense. It was very suitable for cultivating the law of death. Moreover, the deeper he went, the denser the death qi was. Lu Ming did not stop and went deeper. He also found other people in this battlefield. They were all people who cultivated evil cultivation methods, or evil laws. Lu Ming went deeper and finally came to a short peak. He then sat down cross-legged and quietly comprehended the law of death. As expected, the speed of comprehending the law of death here was several times faster than outside. Every day, Lu Ming had great gains. 3 days later, Lu Ming's law of death reached about 88%. What Lu Ming did not know was that there was a group of people on a towering mountain outside the ancient battlefield. This group of people were all shrouded in black robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. That kid is cultivating in that ancient battlefield. One of them reported to a person wearing a death god mask. Good, I heard that the kid is the son of chaos. If we kill him this time, it will definitely shake the divine fate land. Hee. The expert wearing the death god mask sneered and then ordered, "Wait a moment. Quickly kill that kid and leave this place. If we wait too long, I'm afraid that the experts of those forces will come here." Yes, some of the black-robed people bowed and accepted the order. Go, I will stand guard here. If the people of those forces come, I will inform you to evacuate immediately. The person wearing the death god mask said. Then, the black-robed people flashed and left one after another. Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A great fear was approaching. Not good. Chapter 2094. The moment Lu Ming's body shot out, a terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky towards the place where Lu Ming had been sitting, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. The short mountain was also split in half. Martial Emperor. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The person who had attacked was definitely a Martial Emperor. However, he should only be a 1-star Martial Emperor. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, 2 sword lights flashed above and below Lu Ming. 2 sword lights, one above and one below, shot towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom! Lu Ming's sacred force circulated crazily as he quickly retreated, avoiding the 2 sword lights. Martial Emperors. Both of them are Martial Emperors. A few people appeared behind him. All of them were Martial Emperors. Your reaction is quite fast. A cold voice rang out. A few black-robed men appeared in the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. Who are you people? Lu Ming asked coldly. If the Grim Reaper wants you to die today, he won't let you live until tomorrow. One of the black-robed men said coldly. It's the Grim Reaper Nation. Run. There were also people cultivating in the area. When they heard those words, they were so frightened that they screamed and ran for their lives. Grim Reaper Nation. Lu Ming frowned. He had just arrived at the Divine Fate Land and had never heard of it. Don't talk nonsense. Let's end this quickly. One of the black-robed men said coldly. Swoosh! The black-robed men moved at an astonishing speed. A few beams of sword gleams charged toward Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. You are the ones who will die. Lu Ming no longer hid his strength. He unleashed his full strength and charged towards one of the black-robed men. Boom! He threw out a palm. His palm was gray, and it was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down. It directly shattered the sword light of the black-robed man. The terrifying palm force-bombarded the black-robed man's body, directly tearing him apart. A one-star martial emperor had been killed by Lu Ming in seconds. The other black-robed men were extremely shocked at this scene. No, his battle prowess doesn't match the information we received. A black-robed man roared. According to the information they received, Lu Ming's battle prowess was only slightly stronger than Mu Yang's. As a son of the void, Mu Yang had already begun to create a world. His battle prowess was sufficient to contend against a one-star martial emperor, and he could even suppress a one-star martial emperor. Although he was slightly stronger than Mu Yang, his battle prowess should not be much stronger. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill a one-star martial emperor in one move. Attack! Attack together! One of the gang members roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, figures flickered in the sky. There were a total of 7 or 8 figures. In addition to the previous few, there were more than a dozen of them. Terrifying auras filled the air. They were all martial emperors and above. No matter how strong he is, he must die today. Kill! A black-robed man roared and slammed his palm down. A pitch-black palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. 3-star martial emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. A 3-star martial emperor was simply too strong. Lu Ming did not dare to receive the attack head-on. Instead, he directly charged out. You want to leave? Get back. A black-robed man appeared in front. He held a pitch-black saber and slashed out. A vast saber light slashed at Lu Ming. This was also a 3-star martial emperor. At such a close distance, dodging was already impossible. Xiao Chun could only receive the attack head-on. Lu Ming circulated his full power, and 4 laws erupted at the same time. Boom! Lu Ming blasted his palm on the saber gleam, emitting an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. The terrifying power caused Lu Ming to vomit a mouthful of blood. A 3-star martial emperor was too strong. Lu Ming was still not a match for him. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Lu Ming was sent flying, the other black-robed men charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and death chi burst out of his eyes. One of the black-robed men was startled when the death chi enveloped him. Bang! Lu Ming rushed over and sent the person flying. In the process of retreating, the person's body cracked and broke into pieces. Lu Ming went all out. A 1-star foe emperor found it hard to block a single move from Lu Ming. The Death Law and the Primal Chaos Law. Heavens! How is this possible? 2 supreme laws. A monster. A demonic genius. Kill him. We must kill him. Lu Ming erupted with his full power. With 2 supreme laws circulating at the same time, he could not hide them and would reveal them. When those black-robed men saw that Lu Ming actually grasped 2 supreme laws, they were incomparably shocked. Some of them even roared in shock. A person, furthermore, one below martial emperor, actually grasped 2 supreme laws. This was simply unheard of and inconceivable. Kill! Lu Ming attacked continuously, targeting a 1-star martial emperor. He threw a palm strike, and that person exploded in the air. Boom! The other black-robed men also attacked together. There were a total of 2 3-star martial emperors, 4 2-star martial emperors, and 3 1-star martial emperors. Only 9 people remained. When 9 people attacked together, their combat prowess was too horrifying. Lu Ming's acupoints lit up. Several tins of holy armaments and a few imperial armaments hovered around him, forming the first line of defense. At the same time, the light of laws covered his body. 4 kinds of laws circulated throughout his body, forming the second line of defense. Whoosh! Lu Ming changed directions and charged into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming did his best to avoid the attacks of the two 3-star martial emperors. As for the other martial emperors, he could not avoid that many and could only take them head-on. Boom! Boom! Instantly, at least 5 attacks struck Lu Ming. 3 2-star martial emperors and 2 1-star martial emperors. The battle weapons hovering around Lu Ming exploded like fireworks. Absolute holy armaments could not block the attacks of martial emperors. In the end, only a few imperial armaments remained intact. Pooh! Lu Ming coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Although the attacks were blocked by the battle weapons, there were still powerful attacks that landed on his body. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming arrived in front of a 1-star martial emperor. This 1-star martial emperor turned pale with fright. He wanted to flee but was killed in the air by Lu Ming's palm strike. Following that, Lu Ming jabbed out with his finger. A huge primal chaos tribulation finger formed and shot toward a 2-star martial emperor. This finger contained 4 kinds of laws. Its might was astonishingly strong. That 2-star martial emperor blocked with all his strength. However, he was still sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The others were shocked and attacked even more frantically. A terrifying palm imprint and a saber light shot toward Lu Ming. The 2 3-star martial emperors attacked again. Lu Ming did his best to dodge. However, in the end, he did not manage to dodge completely. He was struck by that palm imprint. The terrifying power nearly caused Lu Ming's body to crack. Lu Ming felt intense pain all over his body. He felt like his bones were about to break. He coughed up blood nonstop. However, he borrowed the power of that palm imprint to instantly arrive in front of that injured 2-star martial emperor. Chapter 2095. Boom! Lu Ming's palm trembled as he sent out several palm strikes. The terrifying palm energy directly tore apart his opponent's defense. With a miserable shriek, this 2-star martial emperor was torn apart by Lu Ming, dying miserably on the spot. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too terrifying, far surpassing the information they received. He could even kill a 2-star martial emperor. This was truly frightening. Kill. We must kill such a person even more. The Death God Nation's assassins revealed frenzied expressions. Now, they no longer cared about how many origin stones Mu Yang gave them. They wanted to kill Lu Ming even more. The remaining assassins attacked with all their might, surrounding and attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared as he circulated his death laws with all his might. The surrounding death chi continuously gathered, strengthening Lu Ming's offense and defense. In this ancient battlefield, the death laws could bring out their greatest might, far surpassing the usual. Hence, Lu Ming's battle prowess was stronger in this ancient battlefield than in other places. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming charged around, fighting the Death God Nation's experts. The ones that posed the greatest threat to him were the 2 3-star martial emperors. Although Lu Ming was strong now, able to kill 2-star martial emperors, he was still no match for 3-star martial emperors. After 10-odd moves, Lu Ming successfully killed another 1-star martial emperor. However, he was also struck by a 3-star martial emperor and 2 2-star illusionary emperors. Several horrifying wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, and many of his bones were even broken. Fortunately, the death chi here was too dense, greatly increasing Lu Ming's defense. In the end, he managed to survive. Kill. Lu Ming went berserk. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was bathed in blood. He looked like a demonic god. Bang! Lu Ming sent a 2-star illusionary emperor flying, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge out of the encirclement and into the depths of the ancient battlefield. The death chi in the depths of the ancient battlefield was even denser, which was more advantageous for him. Send out the news. Get my lord to personally take action. A 3-star martial emperor roared as he chased Lu Ming relentlessly. This time, their losses were too heavy. Previously, They had thought that Lu Ming's combat power was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 1-star empty emperor and not even stronger than a 2-star empty emperor. However, they had sent out 4 2-star empty emperors and 2 3-star empty emperors. It could be said that they were foolproof. However, Lu Ming's battle prowess was much stronger than he had imagined. Lu Ming had killed 4 or 5 people consecutively, but they had yet to kill Lu Ming. If this continued, Lu Ming might really be able to escape if he fled into the depths of the ancient battlefield. This was something they could not tolerate. Very few people that the Death God Kingdom wanted to kill were able to escape. As for the remaining people, they pursued Lu Ming with all their might. One of them had already spread the news. Bang! Lu Ming, who was running at top speed, was hit by a palm energy. This was the palm energy of a 3-star illusionary emperor, which was exceptionally powerful. Lu Ming was sent flying, his body in intense pain. However, Lu Ming's eyes were resolute as he moved forward at top speed. From the other party's roar, just now, it was obvious that there were even stronger people nearby. Lu Ming could only escape into the depths of the ancient battlefield to have a chance to survive. Who wants to kill me? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He did not know the people from the Death God Kingdom at all. Moreover, from the way these people attacked, it was obvious that they were assassins. Who was it that hired assassins to kill him? Mu Yang. Lu Ming thought of Mu Yang. It was most likely Mu Yang. Mu Yang, I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming's heart was filled with killing intent as he ran forward with all his might. During this process, Lu Ming's body squirmed and his injuries were rapidly recovering. Now, his spirit body was too strong and his vitality was incomparably vigorous. Although he was severely injured, his recovery speed was also very shocking. The remaining assassins continued to chase and attack Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but occasionally he would be hit by all kinds of attacks. Luckily, the death chi here was getting denser and denser. To Lu Ming, there were many benefits. His entire body was filled with death chi, forming an armor that covered his entire body. He controlled the death laws. The death chi was beneficial to him, but to others, it was like a poison. When ordinary people faced the death chi would constantly corrode them. Chi. The remaining assassins had to use a portion of their strength to resist the invasion of the death chi. If you want to kill me, I will make you pay a price. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were flickering with a crazed look. His body that was running suddenly stopped. Then with extreme speed, he pounced towards the back. Those assassins thought that Lu Ming was running for his life. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would suddenly turn around and attack? For a moment, they were stunned. Although it was only for a moment, but to experts like them, a moment was enough to determine life and death. Bam! Lu Ming struck out with his palm, killing the last 1-star empty emperor. Then, his body moved and attacked another 2-star empty emperor. At this moment, the 2-star empty emperor finally reacted. He activated the power of the realm and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and directly dispersed the sword light. The terrifying palm force hit the 2-star empty emperor's body. The man screamed as his chest was penetrated. A big hole appeared, and he was forced to retreat. How could Lu Ming let him escape? His body moved, and he chased after him. You are courting death. Kill. The other assassins roared and attacked Lu Ming. Block. Lu Ming roared and controlled the remaining emperor weapons to block behind him. At the same time, endless death chi gathered and formed a thick wall of death behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored the attacks behind him and attacked the 2-star empty emperor with all his might. Bam! Bam! The 2-star empty emperor was already severely injured. Although he tried his best to block, he still could not block it. After a few moves, Lu Ming's palm struck his head. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his body and soul were destroyed. The other assassins' attacks fell behind Lu Ming. A few emperor weapons vibrated and almost exploded. Cracks appeared on them, and the thick wall of death was also destroyed. All kinds of attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a mountain. However, in the next moment, the mountain rumbled and Lu Ming rushed out from the mountain and continued to rush into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming coughed out blood. Fortunately, the Emperor weapons and the Wall of Death had blocked most of the power. Otherwise, he would be in danger after being hit by so many attacks. Even so, he was still severely injured. Damn it! The remaining assassins were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Lu Ming had killed another 2 of them. The loss was too great. They had suffered a great loss in this deal. However, as long as they could kill Lu Ming, it was worth it. They chased after Lu Ming and did not let him go. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light burst out from the sky and slashed towards Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It's coming. Chapter 2096. That sword light made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. That was definitely a terrifying expert, definitely not an ordinary empty emperor. Peak empty emperor. Swoosh. Lu Ming displayed his extreme speed, his body constantly changing, like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast, trying his best to avoid the sword light. In the end, the sword light slashed down, and Lu Ming dodged it. However, there were still aftershocks that swept Lu Ming. Lu Ming groaned, and his body flew far away. In the air, Lu Ming coughed up blood. When he was about to land, Lu Ming struck out a palm, and a palm force bombarded the ground. Lu Ming borrowed the force, and his body drifted forward faster. A peak void emperor was invincible. He was too powerful. He could kill Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming could only escape, but it was a terrible crisis. Now, no one could help him, and he could only rely on himself. In the sky, a black-robed man wearing a death mask appeared, and his body was filled with incomparable cold, killing intent. If one could see through the mask, they would definitely see that this person's face was cold and gloomy. He glanced around and saw the remaining assassins, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He had sent so many experts, all of whom were in the martial emperor realm, to assassinate a junior who was still in the saint realm, but they could not kill him, and so many of his own people had died. If this spread out, it would be a great blow to the reputation of the Death Nation. Therefore, Lu Ming must die. Swoosh! He slashed with his sword again, and a ray of sword gleam charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but this time was even worse. The sword edge brushed past him, and his body was almost split in half. There was a 1-meter-long sword wound on his body, and it was so deep that his bones could be seen, and even his internal organs could be seen wriggling. However, Lu Ming did not stop, and he continued to rush forward. In front, there was a large pit, and it was covered with bones. It's here! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Kill! High up in the air, the expert wearing the Death God mask saw that his 2 moves had failed to kill Lu Ming, and his killing intent became even colder. Endless sword light bloomed in his hand, and hundreds of sword lights appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of sword lights, densely packed from all directions, pierced towards Lu Ming. Hundreds of sword lights had completely sealed off Lu Ming's escape route. This was a sure kill move, executed by a peak illusionary emperor. Lu Ming had nowhere to run. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights all struck Lu Ming, drowning him. There was a violent rumble. Bones flew everywhere, dust flew, and Lu Ming let out an unwilling roar. After that, there was no more movement. When the dust settled, there was nothing left. With a flash, a few black-robed figures flew over and landed on the ground. Above them, the expert wearing the Grim Reaper mask also descended from the air. Is Lu Ming dead? He must be dead. Under Lord's attack, not even his bones are left. The black-robed figures spoke one after another. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper mask scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness, and even penetrated deep into the ground, but he did not find anything unusual. Then he stretched out his hand, and a storage ring flew out from among the bones and landed in his hand. There were bloodstains on the storage ring. He sensed it and knew that it was Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming should be dead. His bones have merged with the bones here, leaving only a storage ring. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper mask said. He was very confident that under that move, Lu Ming would have died without a doubt. In that instant, Lu Ming could not have escaped. There is only one explanation. Lu Ming was dead, and not even his bones were left. The storage ring was the best explanation. This kid is really a freak. He's too terrifying. He can control 2 supreme laws. Fortunately, Lord came. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the kid escaped. The other black-robed figures flattered. He is indeed a freak. All right, let's hurry and leave. The news will spread soon. I'm afraid the experts of Destiny City will be here soon. Also, in 2 days, spread the news that the Son of Chaos was killed by us. It will definitely shock the world. The masked expert said coldly. Then, his figure flashed, and the figures of the assassins disappeared. 10 miles away, in a hidden mountain valley, Lu Ming coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Naturally, he was not dead. This time, it's all thanks to Xianxia's scapegoat puppet. Lu Ming sighed. Just now, when he was about to be drowned by the sword light, he decisively used the scapegoat puppet that Xianxia had given him. The scapegoat puppet was incomparably mysterious. In an instant, his body was moved 10 miles away, and the enemy's attack was all absorbed by the puppet. Therefore, Lu Ming was not dead. The one who died was the scapegoat puppet. The scapegoat puppet had died for him once. At the critical moment, Lu Ming had left behind an interspatial ring. Even so, Lu Ming was swept by the aftershocks, and several more sword wounds appeared on his body. Waves of destructive power constantly drilled into the depths of his body. These people think I'm dead. It's not good for me to show myself now. I'll change my identity and heal here. I'll appear again when the Battle of 10 Earths begins. Lu Ming thought to himself. If he showed himself now, who knew if the enemy would send another assassination attempt? He didn't have a scapegoat puppet now. Lu Ming used the divine breath art to conceal his aura, then headed deeper into the ancient battlefield. He found a hidden place and entered the mountain river diagram to heal his injuries. His injuries were very serious. There were streaks of destructive sword light in his body that wanted to destroy his body. If he wanted to heal his injuries, he first had to dispel the sword light. Lu Ming controlled the 4 laws and began to dispel the sword light. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Lu Ming finally dispelled the sword light. As soon as the sword light was dispelled, Lu Ming's body began to rapidly recover. His bones and muscles were regenerating and healing rapidly. At this moment, a piece of news spread that shook the entire divine fate land. Lu Ming, the son of primal chaos who came from Primal Mountain, had been killed by the nation of death in Destiny City. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked. Lu Ming had displayed terrifying talent and battle strength as soon as he came to the divine fate land. With his cultivation at the great circle of the absolute saint realm, he had defeated several sons of primal chaos consecutively. Even Mu Yang, who was known as a seed expert, was defeated by Lu Ming and trampled under Lu Ming's feet. Originally, countless people thought highly of Lu Ming. They thought that Lu Ming would be a peak expert in the Battle of 10 Earths, a seed expert. Countless people looked forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the son of primal chaos, Yuan Xin. But now, Lu Ming had been killed by the Nation of Death. This was because the news was released by the Nation of Death. The Nation of Death was very arrogant. They claimed to the outside world that what if he was a peerless genius? So what if he hid in Destiny City? If the Nation of Death wanted to kill someone, it was useless no matter where he hid. Chapter 2097. The overlords of Destiny City had previously announced to the public that killing was prohibited in the city for the safety of the geniuses. But now, the Nation of Death had assassinated the Son of Chaos in Destiny City. This was a slap in the face to the overlords of Destiny City. The world was in an uproar. A powerful son of chaos had actually been assassinated by the Nation of Death in Destiny City. This was a major event that shocked countless people. Many people even suspected that this was true. But later on, someone stood out and said that it was true because they were at the ancient battlefield and saw with their own eyes that the Nation of Death had sent out a large number of experts to assassinate the son of chaos, Lu Ming. When the news was confirmed, many people found it difficult to calm down, especially some powerful geniuses. The Nation of Death was too terrifying. Since they could assassinate the son of chaos, they could also assassinate them. Many geniuses' activities became low-key. The overlords of Destiny City were furious and sent out a large number of experts to encircle and annihilate the Nation of Death. Unfortunately, they only managed to destroy a few insignificant branches and couldn't find the headquarters. The Nation of Death's people jumped out and clamored again. It didn't matter where the Nation of Death wanted to kill someone. Their words were extremely arrogant. Left with no choice, the overlords of Destiny City could only strengthen the city's defenses. There were powerful existences guarding every corner of the city. The moment something went wrong, they would send out experts to prevent another assassination attempt from happening. But this matter had a huge impact and affected the hearts of countless people. In the end of Destiny City, Autumn Moon, Long Chun, and Huang Li were in disbelief when they heard the news. Impossible, the young master won't die. Autumn Moon's face was pale as tears welled up in her eyes. Don't worry, Lu Ming definitely won't die. Long Chun and Huang Li spoke one after another. They clenched their fists tightly and emitted cold, killing intent. In another ancient city to the south of Celestial City, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and a few others were traveling. When they heard the news, their faces were also pale. No one can kill him, several people whispered. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. The moment Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Mo Li stepped into the divine fate land, they were shocked by the news. My master won't die. Both of them found it hard to believe that Lu Ming would be killed. In their eyes, Lu Ming was irreplaceable. One day, he would be invincible. On a mountain peak, Death Blade stood against the wind, his aura wild. Lu Ming, you can't die yet. I still have to defeat you and replace you as the Gold Inheritor. A deep voice came from the Death Blade's mouth. Within an elegant courtyard in Destiny City, Xianxia stood tall with his hands behind his back. After a few years, the Eternal Star River had become even more terrifying. Its aura was unfathomable. Lu Ming, I wanted to kill you with my own hands. What a pity. Xianxia smiled faintly. On Yuan Mountain, the Hung Clan, He Clan, Dayuo Heaven Sect, Ancient Moon Holy Land, Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, and other forces were overjoyed when they heard the news. Lu Ming's death was great news for them, especially for the Ancient Moon Holy Land, Wan Clan, Golden Crow Clan, and other forces. This was because in the Celestial Emperor's city, Lu Ming had used the Celestial Emperor's body to kill a few experts. He had even beaten the great emperor of the He family until he fled. This made some forces in the Ancient Moon Holy Land who had a grudge against Lu Ming turn cold. They had been on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would use the Celestial Emperor's body to kill their sects and annihilate them. Now that Lu Ming was killed, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they guessed that Lu Ming's Heavenly Emperor's body was severely restricted. Otherwise, how could he be assassinated by the Death God Nation? If he could control the Heavenly Emperor's body, the people from the Death God Nation would only be courting death. Ha! Boy, you dare to go against me. Only death awaits you. In Aeon City, Mu Clan, Mu Yang laughed heartily. His only regret was that he did not kill Lu Ming with his own hands. The Divine Fate Land was in an uproar. Lu Ming had been in the depths of the ancient battlefield. After a few days, Lu Ming's injuries had healed. However, he did not go out and continued to cultivate in the ancient battlefield. He speculated that the assassins from the Death God Nation were probably hired by Mu Yang. As long as Mu Yang knew that he was dead, Mu Yang would not make any moves. Only then would Long Chun, Qiu Yu, and the others be safe. The depths of the ancient battlefield were very beneficial for cultivating the law of death. In the following days, Lu Ming focused on cultivating in seclusion to comprehend the law of death. Every day there would be great gains. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress in the law of death. His law of death had already reached 95% and was on par with the law of devour. Now, Lu Ming's 4 types of law fused together and erupted. The power was even more shocking. Lu Ming's strength had increased again. At this time, Lu Ming walked out of the ancient battlefield. Because the time for the Battle of 10 Earths had arrived, Lu Ming disguised himself as a dark-skinned youth. Walking on the streets, no one could recognize him. Lu Ming inquired about the news of the Battle of 10 Earths. As there were too many people participating in the Battle of 10 Earths, the Battle of 10 Earths had to be screened. Countless geniuses from all over the Yuan continent had come. The number was shocking. If they were to compete one by one, it would be unrealistic and too slow. Therefore, the Battle of 10 Earths was divided into 4 battle zones. East, South, West, and North, the 4 battle zones. Everyone could choose any battle zone to register. Then, they would be screened before they could participate in the final battle. The time would begin tomorrow. Lu Ming found a place to stay. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, Lu Ming headed towards the southern battle zone. It was an extremely spacious place, but when Lu Ming arrived, he found that the empty space was almost filled with people. Of course, many people were over the age limit and were here to watch the fun. There were naturally not that many young geniuses. In the center of the empty space, there was a huge platform. At this moment, there were a few figures floating above the platform, emitting shocking auras. Great Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He discovered that one of the people's aura was extremely deep and terrifying. Lu Ming had come into contact with great emperors more than once. Naturally, he could easily determine that this person was a great emperor. The 4 battle zones were controlled by the 4 overlord forces of Destiny City. This should be an expert from one of the overlord forces. The screening is divided into several rounds. The first round is very simple. You can register first and then step onto this platform. We will test you together. The Emperor Realm expert spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. Below the platform, there were a few registration places. Some youths went forward one after another and began to register. After registering, they stepped onto the platform. Chapter 2098. All right, let's begin the test for this batch. The Great Emperor ordered. This Great Emperor looked to be in his 50s and had a majestic aura. Immediately, an old man stepped forward. In a moment, I'll unleash my pressure on you. Resist it with all your might. As long as you can withstand it for 30 breaths, those who can't withstand it will be eliminated. The old man said. Many people's hearts moved. This method was simple. A group of people would gather together and use their auras to suppress those who could withstand it. This way, the efficiency would be high. Those who weren't strong could be eliminated quickly. Begin. As the old man's voice sounded, a terrifying aura erupted from his body and enveloped the entire platform. True Emperor. Lu Ming could tell that this elder was a true Emperor-level expert. As soon as the old man's aura was released, some people's expressions changed. Their bodies trembled, and then they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and knelt on the ground. Senior, please have mercy. I can't withstand it anymore. The youth roared, feeling as if his body was about to be crushed into meat paste. Get down, the old man said indifferently as he controlled his aura. The pressure on the youth instantly lightened, and he hurriedly rushed down the platform, gasping for breath. A mere bright saint dares to go up on the platform? He's overestimating himself. This is the Battle of 10 Earths, not some small place. A bright saint dares to go up? What a joke. Many people shook their heads and laughed. The Battle of 10 Earths gathered the strongest prodigies in the 10 Earths. A mere bright saint was not enough. The youth's face flushed red. In fact, there were many people like that young man. Plop, plop, on the platform. Many youths knelt down and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. These youths' cultivation was around the bright Saint realm. The Battle of 10 Earths was really affecting. It was the first time in history, and countless people paid attention to it. Many youths wanted to perform on such a stage, hoping to be noticed. Therefore, many of those who didn't have high cultivation wanted to participate. Many people coughed out blood and rushed down the platform, eliminated. As time passed, the old man's aura became stronger and stronger. Later on, even the great saints couldn't withstand it and were eliminated. In the end, only about 100 people out of the 1,000 managed to resist for 30 breaths of time. Of course, everyone's condition was different. Some people were trembling all over, cold sweat flowing down their backs, and they were gasping for breath. It was obvious that they had exhausted all their strength. Some people, on the other hand, were calm and collected. Their expressions were normal and relaxed. The names of those who had advanced to the next round were kept, and they could enter the next round. You've all seen it for yourself. If you're not strong enough, then don't sign up. You'll only embarrass yourself and get injured. The middle-aged great emperor said. Many youths had ugly expressions on their faces. In the end, they sighed helplessly. They originally wanted to show off, but in reality, they didn't even have the qualifications to participate. They didn't even have the qualifications to serve as a foil. The Battle of the 10 Lands was the stage for true geniuses. As long as one could get a spot in the 10 Lands battle, it would be a huge honor. However, most people could only watch. Following that, more and more people came forward to register. When there were about 1,000 people, the old man once again unleashed his aura and pressured the young man on the platform. This time, the situation was much better. Out of the 1,000 participants, about 500 of them made it to the next round. Because those who didn't have enough cultivation knew that they wouldn't be able to pass and would only get injured if they went up, they didn't sign up. Then, the selection continued. Xianxia, Emoli, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others in the crowd. They were all here, and they were all in the Southern War Zone. With their cultivation bases, they naturally passed the selection easily. I'll go up too. Lu Ming smiled and began to sign up. He wasn't in a hurry to meet Xianxia and the others. What's your name? On the registration platform, someone looked at Lu Ming. Tianyun, Lu Ming said. Leave your aura. The other party said. Lu Ming nodded and left a wisp of aura. This was to identify his identity. Then, Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. I have hair, I'm heartless. Lu Ming had just stepped onto the platform when he heard a Buddhist chant behind him. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Lu Ming was too familiar with this voice. Although he hadn't heard it for more than 10 years, he definitely wouldn't forget it. Lu Ming turned around and saw a slightly plump young monk stepping onto the platform. Heartless Monk. Lu Ming was a little dazed. He didn't expect to meet Heartless Monk here. Back then, when he was in the Divine Wilderness continent, Heartless and Moonless left before him and came to Yuan continent. It had been more than 10 years since they last met. Heartless Monk was still the same as more than 10 years ago. He hadn't changed at all. When he walked up and saw Lu Ming looking at him, he couldn't help but chant a Buddhist chant. I have hair. Benefactor, you're looking at me with such affection. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to me? Unfortunately, you're a man. If you were a beautiful woman, I would consider it. Heartless Monk said with a smile. Go to hell. Lu Ming curled his lips. This guy hadn't changed at all. Benefactor, why do I feel like we've met before? It's a familiar feeling. Oh no, oh no. Why would I have such feelings for a man? Heartless Monk started to stare at Lu Ming. Then, his face turned bitter and he sighed. Get lost, Lu Ming scolded. At the same time, he was shocked. This unreliable monk's spiritual sense was really sharp. He had used his divine breath technique, but Heartless Monk still felt it. Amipa. Then, another chant was heard, and a few young monks stepped onto the platform. Moonless, Dustless. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. Moonless Bodhisattva was also a familiar face in the Divine Wilderness continent. The other one was Dustless of Boundless Temple. He controlled the law of karma and was one of the Elysian children. Soon, there were about 1,000 people on the platform. The true Emperor Realm Old Man started to release his aura. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone. However, this pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. He didn't feel anything. Lu Ming saw that Heartless, Moonless, and Dustless were the same. Their faces were calm, and they didn't react at all. It seems like Heartless and Moonless strength has increased tremendously after coming to the Yuan continent. Lu Ming thought to himself. To begin with, Lu Ming was unfamiliar with the cultivation of Buddhism. He discovered that he could not see through the cultivation level of the few young monks. It was as if there was a ball of dazzling golden light in their bodies that concealed their cultivation level. 30 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. They had passed the test easily. I have hair. Benefactor, how we met before? It seems like you have fate with Buddhism. Why don't you shave and join the Buddhist sect? Heartless came to Lu Ming and said with a smile, "Go to hell." Chapter 2099. Next, the test continued. After a few more tests, no one signed up. In the end, about 3,000 people passed the first round. "Come with me for the next round," the middle-aged great emperor said and stepped into the air. Those who passed the first round followed behind him. Those who were watching the show naturally followed as well. The crowd flew across the sky. Soon, the middle-aged martial monarch came to a stop in midair. There was a huge door of light in midair. This is the second round of the selection. Once you enter the door of light, you will enter a tunnel. There are various tests waiting for you in the tunnel. As long as you can pass through the tunnel within 30 minutes, you will pass the test. You may enter together. The middle-aged great emperor said. Whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, more than 3,000 people flew into the door of light. The door of light was huge. It did not seem crowded at all when more than 3,000 people flew in. The moment the 3,000 people flew into the door of light, they disappeared. Lu Ming felt his body tremble. He had arrived in a tunnel. There was no one else around. He was the only one. He knew that there must be a formation here. Great emperors had powerful means. It was not surprising that they had set up some mysterious formations. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Although the tunnel was a little difficult, it was not a problem for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not go all out, but he passed through the entire passageway very quickly. Looking at the passageway that appeared in front of him, Lu Ming smiled faintly. About 5 minutes. He only used 5 minutes to pass through the tunnel. The test of this tunnel was very complicated. It not only tested one's combat strength, but also courage, decisiveness, wisdom, willpower, etc. It was very comprehensive. If one was outstanding in all these aspects, their talent would definitely not be bad. However, Lu Ming had experienced many similar trials and tribulations along the way. To him, these trials were not difficult at all. Lu Ming stepped out of the tunnel. As soon as Lu Ming stepped out of the tunnel, he saw many people looking at him. Lu Ming was stunned. He realized that there were many people standing in the air. Most of them were of the older generation. Some of them had terrifying auras. It can't be. There are so many great emperors. Lu Ming was shocked. He discovered that there were no less than 10 old men emitting the aura of great emperors. This made Lu Ming's heart tremble. "I have hair. Benefactor, your speed is not fast." Ha ha ha. With a Buddhist chant, an unscrupulous monk appeared. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's, which surprised Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had not used his full strength just now. Lu Ming glanced around and saw that a few young men had already passed through the passage. "It's him." Lu Ming saw a young man with a tall and straight figure. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. The son of chaos, Yuan Xin. Lu Ming had seen it during the Hunyuan sect assessment. So how could he forget it? Yuan Xin cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Ming before shifting her gaze away. "Little fellow, what law are you cultivating?" At this time, an old man looked at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. "The law of death." Lu Ming nodded, and the aura of the law of death emanated from his body. "You are indeed the son of chaos? Little fellow, are you willing to be my disciple?" the old man asked. I feel that we are fated to be his disciple. You should be my disciple. Another old man spoke. These people were all great emperors. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that these great emperors were waiting here to recruit disciples? Benefactor, these are all great emperors from God's destined land. Their purpose is to find talented young men to accept as disciples and pass on their mantle. Unscrupulous monk transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and understood. In Yuan continent, changing one's master was not a big deal under certain circumstances. For example, some peerless geniuses might have a master with a low cultivation when their cultivation was still weak. However, these geniuses would quickly rise and surpass their masters in a short period of time. For example, Lu Ming's current cultivation was much stronger than Cloud Dragon Valley masters. Therefore, those masters who had started their apprenticeship could no longer help those geniuses. Those geniuses could naturally find other stronger masters. Therefore, these great emperors were waiting here to try their luck. If they met a peerless genius who did not have a strong background and was willing to be their master, they would have profited. Senior, thank you for your kindness. I already have a master and will not be taking you as my disciple for the time being. Lu Ming cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. What a pity. The few great emperors shook their heads and felt that it was a pity. He was the son of death and could pass through the passage in 5 minutes. It could be said that he was top-notch in all aspects. These great emperors were very tempted. However, it was obvious that only a few of these geniuses would be willing to take a master. Normally, they would have a strong background or an expert. The crowd continued to wait. Later on, a few more people appeared. Lu Ming saw a familiar face, the ancient devil. The land of infinite demons, the genius who cultivated the primordial demon Tao. This person was undoubtedly a terrifying opponent. A few years had passed. He did not know what level his cultivation had reached. Xianxia Moli. At the 8th minute, Lu Ming saw Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli walking out at almost the same time. So young. Many people's eyes moved. After those old men, their eyes lit up. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli looked too young. Ouyang Moli was slightly older, but he looked to be around 20 years old. As for Lu Xianxia, she looked to be less than 20 years old. It was extremely rare to be able to walk out of the passage in 8 minutes at such a young age. Those old men's hearts moved again. Haha, these two brats are not bad. Passing through the passage in 8 minutes. Excellent talent. An old man stepped forward and said with a smile, "Greetings, senior." Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli bowed politely. What lot do the two of you comprehend? Another old man stepped forward and asked with a smile. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli did not hide and release their auras. The children of last time, the children of last time. The old men's eyes lit up even more. Little girl, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Little brat, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? The old men spoke one after another, staring at Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. Their eyes were burning with passion. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli looked at each other and shook their heads. Senior, I already have a master. I won't acknowledge anyone else as my master. Lu Xianxia shook her head and said, You already have a master? Who is your master? What's his cultivation level? I'm a great emperor. An old man was anxious and quickly spoke, revealing his cultivation level. My master's cultivation level is not as high as senior's, but in the future, he will definitely become a top expert. Lu Xianxia said with a determined expression. Haha, little girl, how can it be so easy to become a top expert? Don't be fooled. Chapter 2100. However, Lu Xianxia continued to shake her head. The old man was getting anxious. Lu Xianxia was so young, yet she already had such a high cultivation base. Moreover, she could pass through the passage in 8 minutes. Her talent was definitely very high. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Little girl, who is your master? I'll go talk to him. The old man said, My master, Lu Ming. Xianxiang's clear voice rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The son of chaos Yuan Xian's eyes flashed with two rays of bright light that resembled sword light. The ancient devil's eyes moved, and a layer of devilish light spread out from his body. Mu Yang's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he looked at Xianxia with hostility. Lu Ming, Monk Wuliang muttered as if he was reminiscing. He then carefully sized up Xianxia. Lu Ming? Which Lu Ming? The old man asked again. The son of chaos Lu Ming of Yuan Mountain. Xianxia added. So it's him, the son of chaos Lu Ming. I didn't expect to have a disciple like you at such a young age. Like master, like disciple. The old man sighed and continued. Your master's talent is indeed unparalleled. If he didn't die, it's normal for him to surpass this old man in the future. However, he has already fallen. No, I believe that my master is not dead. Xianxia shook her head. Her delicate little face was filled with determination. Little girl, why don't you reconsider? The old man was still unwilling. Many thanks to Senior, but this junior will not change my master. Xianxia shook her head firmly. This little girl. Lu Ming smiled. Little guy, what about you? Do you have a master? At this time, another old man stared at Ouyang Moli. Yes, my master is Lu Ming. Ouyang Moli said. The scene suddenly quieted down. Yuan Xn, Mu Yang, and the others' eyes lit up. What? Lu Ming? It's Lu Ming again? Which Lu Ming? The Emperor Realm old men were all stunned. She's my senior sister. Ouyang Moli pointed at Xianxia. Everyone at the scene was stunned. He really was Lu Ming's disciple. 3 Elysian children from one sect. This left everyone speechless. How rare were the children of heaven? They were just too rare. Even in this golden age, they were extremely rare. There were only a few of them in one place. It was only because of the Battle of the Ten Lands that the geniuses of the entire Yuan continent gathered, that they could occasionally see the Elysian children. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a son of heaven himself. He took in 2 disciples, and they were also sons of heaven. This kind of situation, probably even heavenly emperor powerhouses would be envious. My master is definitely not dead. Xianxia and Ouyang Moli said in unison. Not dead? What a joke. You're just deceiving yourself. Mu Yang opened his mouth and sneered. What did you say? Xianxia glared at Mu Yang. I'm just telling the truth. You're arrogant just because you have a bit of cultivation. You don't even know how you died. Mu Yang sneered. If I'm here, who do you think you are? You'll definitely be tortured by my master. Ouyang Moli said coldly. What did you say? You're courting death. Instantly, Mu Yang was enraged. His face flushed red with anger. He thought that Ouyang Moli was deliberately mocking him. Previously, he was indeed tortured by Lu Ming and trampled on by Lu Ming. He was utterly humiliated. But in fact, Ouyang Moli did not know Mu Yang at all. He did not know that Mu Yang had already been tortured by Lu Ming. Am I right? You were really tortured by my master before? Ouyang Moli saw something and continued to mock him. You're courting death. Mu Yang was furious. His body emitted cold, killing intent as he walked towards Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. What are you doing? Is this the place for the battle? An old man glanced at Mu Yang coldly, causing Mu Yang to shiver. He broke out in cold sweat like a deflated balloon. In the end, the old men sighed. They knew that it was a pity that Xianxia and Ouyang Moli would not be apprenticed. After that, more and more people passed through the passage. Half an hour later, around 1,000 people passed. Those who did not pass were all eliminated. Out of the 3,000 people, only 1,000 people were left. All right, there's still the 3rd round of the selection. Follow me. The middle-aged great emperor came and announced the results. The crowd followed him, including the great emperors. The crowd flew towards another mountain peak. The peak of this mountain peak was extremely wide. It looked as if someone had sliced off the peak with a sword, making it look very smooth. In the middle of the mountain peak, there was a huge battle stage. It was emitting purple gold light. That was the power of the array. The middle-aged great emperor landed on the battle stage and said, This round of selection is the last one. There will only be 80 spots left in this round. 80 spots. The crowd was shocked. Out of 1,000 people, only 80 would be left. The probability of elimination was too high. Furthermore, this was only the selection. The final battle had not yet begun. The 4 battle zones have the same rules. Each battle zone will select 80 people. There will be a total of 320 people who will participate in the real battle. It's a peak battle. However, let me tell you something. After this round of selection, you will be able to obtain an opportunity. A great opportunity. Many of you might be able to use it to reach the martial emperor realm. The middle-aged great emperor announced. What? Many people were shocked. After this round of selection, they would be able to obtain an opportunity that could even allow them to reach the martial emperor realm. One should know that it was extremely difficult to reach the martial emperor realm from the boundary emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have been stuck at this step. Some were stuck for a few years. Some were stuck for a few decades. Some were stuck for a few thousand years. Many people could not break through in their lifetime. This was a hurdle, a huge hurdle. Once one reached the martial emperor realm, it meant that one's lifespan was endless. As long as one could survive the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years, one would be able to live forever. The goal of countless people was to reach the martial emperor realm. Now, there was an opportunity that could allow one to break through to the martial emperor realm. Everyone's heart burned with passion. Before the Battle of the 10 Earths, some great emperor had said that this battle would be accompanied by a great opportunity. It seemed that it was true. I must enter the top 80. I must obtain this opportunity. Many people clenched their fists and swore to themselves that they must enter the top 80. Those who had already been eliminated sighed. The eyes of the heavenly children were especially bright. The rules of this round are very simple. Everyone will step onto the battle stage and fight. The 80 people remaining on the battle stage will be the 80 people who will advance. Of course, there's a condition. You can team up, but the number of people can't exceed 3. More than 3 people will be considered breaking the rules. Chapter 2101. Many people's hearts trembled. This rule could be said to be very simple and very crude, but it was also very effective. More than 1,000 people went up the stage to fight. Only 80 people would be left on the stage. One could imagine how intense the battle would be and how the situation would change. Being strong didn't mean that one would be able to stay until the end. One needed luck. Of course, when one was strong enough, one didn't need luck to defeat the others and stay until the end. Moreover, there was a condition. The number of people working together couldn't exceed 3. This was also a form of protection and a restriction. What he was afraid of was that there would be many experts joining forces. If more than 10 top experts joined forces and swept away the others, how could he play? If only 3 people worked together, the restriction would be great. Furthermore, teams are not allowed to work together against the enemy. The middle-aged great emperor added. Some people thought that the hope of several teams working together was dashed. All right, these are the rules. Let's begin. The middle-aged great emperor announced. Swoosh, swoosh. More than 1,000 young supreme talents flew up the stage. However, after flying up the stage, they separated from each other and stared at each other cautiously. The stage was huge. It was 100 miles long and wide. With more than 1,000 people on the stage, it seemed very spacious. Countless people watched nervously from all directions. Let's work together. How about you and I work together? On the stage, there wasn't a huge battle immediately. Instead, they communicated with each other and planned to work together. Swoosh, swoosh. Their figures flashed, and many people began to join forces. 3 people in a group. More and more groups appeared on the stage. Lu Ming saw Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Autumn Moon, and Huang Ling teaming up. Bubbles, Huang Ling, and Luo Tianyi were in a group, with Bubbles as the core. Then, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and Autumn Moon were in a group. Long Chun, Huang Li, and Luo Xiang were in a group. Ouyang Wushuang and the two powerful king bodies who joined the Dragon Alliance at Yuan Mountain were in a group. On the other side, Lu Ming saw Wu Liang, Wu Yu, and Wu Chun in a group. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to form a group of three. Some of them had two people, while others only had one person. For example, Deathblade, Mu Yang, Yuan Xian, and the Ancient Demon were all in a group. They looked around coldly. "Get down." Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. Someone had begun to attack. "You'll be the ones to go down." Boom! Boom! An intense collision sounded. Someone was fighting a great battle. Pull a strand of hair, and the whole body moves. When one person moves, the whole body moves. The fighting ring immediately fell into a chaotic battle. As long as he could knock his opponent off the stage, he would have more confidence in staying on the stage. The three of them weren't weak. The leader had a king-type body and had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. As for the other two, although they didn't have king bodies, their spiritual bodies were superior sky spiritual bodies, and their cultivations had reached the absolute saint realm. The three of them launched a torrential attack on Lu Ming at the same time, wanting to blast him down in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, they were too slow when they passed through the passage. They didn't see Lu Ming use the law of death, so they didn't know that Lu Ming was an Elysian child. During this period of time, many people had inquired about some of the famous Elysian children, including their appearances. However, they had never seen Lu Ming before. "You'll be the ones to get down." Lu Ming glanced at the three people coldly. Death Chi filled his eyes. The three people's attacks collapsed under the Death Chi. "Oh no, it's the law of death. He's a death child." The three people shouted in horror. They wanted to retreat. But Lu Ming used the eyes of death. The Death Chi became thicker and enveloped the three people. The three people screamed in agony. It was as if their lives were being taken away. "Spare us. We admit defeat. We admit defeat." The three people yelled. Lu Ming's heart moved, and the Death Chi disappeared. The three people hurriedly rushed down the battle stage. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them. The 100-mile-long battle stage looked huge when there wasn't a battle. However, it felt very small when there was a chaotic battle. With their current strength, they could move more than 100 miles in an instant. Lu Xianxia and the others were in a group of three. They performed very well and were very strong. In the past 3 years, Emperor Notionless and the others had brought them to the corresponding secret places to cultivate. Their progress could be described as fast. Bubble's cultivation had already reached the boundary emperor realm. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others were all boundary emperors. Only Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were slightly weaker. However, they were also peak saints. Moreover, their law of death had reached 99%. They were only one step away from the boundary emperor realm. However, they were Elysian children. Their battle strength was shocking. They were stronger than boundary emperors with king bodies. Wherever they passed, the experts were knocked off the battle stage. Not many people were able to fight them. Lu Ming's disciples scram. Muyang targeted Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and Autumn. His figure flashed as he charged toward the three. "Be careful," Xiaoyu warned. Her body was exchanging heat and cold. One side was blazing hot, while the other side was cold. They interweaved, producing a terrifying destructive force that blasted towards Muyang. At the same time, the light of law covered her body. The law of yin and yang flowed like a river. Greenwood sky raising. Lu Xianxiang waved her small hand, and an ancient green tree appeared. It covered the sky and was incomparably huge, and it pressed down on Muyang. At the same time, Ouyang Moli slashed out with the reincarnation halberd. 6 reincarnation vortexes followed the reincarnation halberd and slashed toward Muyang. "You want to stop me with just the 3 of you? Die!" Muyang shouted. With a wave of his hand, the law of nothingness vibrated. Rays of nothingness light shot toward the 3. Boom! 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 3 explosions sounded. Autumn Moon, Lu Xianxia, and Ouyang Moli's attacks all collapsed. Under the law of nothingness, they turned into nothingness. It had to be said that Mu Yang's strength was very shocking. He had already started to form a small world and stood at the peak of the Boundary Emperor realm. Autumn Moon had a king body. Although she was also at the peak of the Boundary Emperor realm, it was difficult for her to fight against Mu Yang. As for Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli, their cultivations had yet to break through to the Boundary Emperor realm. Even if they worked together, they were not Mu Yang's match. Your master is dead. I'll send you to accompany him. Mu Yang sneered and charged toward Lu Xianxia and the other two. The three tried their best to block, but they were still at a disadvantage and were in imminent danger. Not far away, Bubble and the others wanted to help, but there were rules. They were in groups of 3, and the others could not interfere. They could only watch anxiously. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 2102. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed forward. He did not attack Mu Yang, because if he did, it would mean that he and Xianxia's group had broken the rules. He directly charged towards the people behind Mu Yang. There were other prodigies of the Mu family there. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards a group of 3. They were all prodigies of the Mu family, and 2 of them had king bodies. The Mu family was powerful. Not only did they have Mu Yang, a son of heaven, but they also had 2 king bodies. They were extremely powerful. Before Lu Ming arrived, the terrifying light of death had already enveloped the 3 Mu family experts. The 3 Mu family prodigies were shocked and tried their best to resist. But Lu Ming instantly knew, and the light of death once again burst out from his eyes. This was the eyes of death, a terrifying divine ability with astonishing killing power. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming's eyes emitted beams of light. They were like combat weapons, emitting sonorous sounds as they charged toward the other party. There was a miserable scream. Among the 3 Mu family prodigies, one of them did not have a king body, and his cultivation was slightly weaker. He was directly killed, and his body was cut into several pieces. Even the 2 king bodies were seriously injured. If not for their extremely strong cultivation at the Boundary Emperor realm and the laws surrounding their bodies like a river, they would have been killed. Even so, there were a few more wounds on their bodies, and blood flowed out. The light of death attached to the wounds, wanting to deprive them of their vitality. Then, Lu Ming slammed down with his palm, and the 2 Mu family prodigies vomited large mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Mu Yang, save us! A Mu family prodigy with a king body roared, revealing a terrified expression. Brat, you're courting death. Mu Yang let out a long howl. He abandoned Lu Xianxia and the rest, and charged toward Lu Ming. I've been waiting for you. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up as a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. In his hand, the law of death turned into a sword light and slashed out. This sword light not only contained the law of death, but also the law of devouring and the law of array Dao. Its power skyrocketed, and the 2 Mu clan king bodies could not block it at all. With 2 screams, 2 heads flew high into the air, and blood sprayed 10 meters high. How dare you? You're courting death. Outside of the battle platform, there were also cultivators from a Mu clan watching the battle. At this moment, they were roaring like mad lions, filled with killing intent. 2 of the Mu clan's king physiques had died. To the Mu clan, this was an earth-shattering event. The price was too great. Their hearts were bleeding. Generally speaking, those with king bodies had the potential to become great emperors. Such geniuses were simply too precious. But now, all of them had been slain at the same time. However, although the Mu clan was furious, they didn't dare to attack in this kind of situation. They could only watch helplessly, hoping that Mu Yang would kill Lu Ming and avenge the Mu clan's king body. After Lu Ming killed the 2 Mu clan's king body cultivators, his figure flashed, and like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Mu Yang. Now that Mu Yang had abandoned Xianxia and the others, he could naturally attack. Die, brat! Mu Yang roared, using the law of nothingness, and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming also attacked with his palm. Boom! Their attacks collided, but the result was that Mu Yang's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. On the battle platform, the spectators were shocked, especially the Mu clan's cultivators. How could Mu Yang be defeated? Mu Yang was known as one of the seeded cultivators this time. He was extremely powerful and had already begun to develop a small world. When he lost to Lu Ming, it was because Lu Ming was too abnormal. But now, the Son of Death had appeared out of nowhere and was able to suppress Mu Yang. There are too many experts in the world. There are many hidden geniuses that we don't even know about. Yeah, the seeded cultivators from before are not the strongest. No one knows how many stronger geniuses there are in the dark. What is this Son of Death called? His strength is astonishing. I think his name is Tianyan. He used that name to register. Some people were discussing. Roar. On the battle platform, Mu Yang roared. He was actually forced to retreat, which made him furious. The aura on his body became even more berserk as he attacked Lu Ming fiercely. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming faced the enemy directly, exchanging blows with Mu Yang. After a dozen moves, Lu Ming had completely suppressed Mu Yang. Mu Yang's body kept retreating, and the law of nothingness on his body seemed to be penetrated by Lu Ming. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's palm broke through Mu Yang's defense and landed on his body. Mu Yang cried out miserably as his body flew out, and he vomited blood. Mu Yang, is that all you have? How can you be called a seeded cultivator? What a joke. Lu Ming sneered as he strode towards Mu Yang. I will kill you. Mu Yang's eyes were red. The saint force on his body boiled, and the law of nothingness poured into his body from the void, emitting a brilliant radiance. Sea of Nothingness. Mu Yang used his strongest move, forming the Sea of Nothingness and enveloping Lu Ming. Die for me. Mu Yang seemed to have gone mad as he crazily controlled the Sea of Nothingness. The Sea of Nothingness let out rumbling sounds as it evolved into various terrifying attacks that wanted to turn everything in the Sea of Nothingness into nothingness. Nearby, there were a few people who did not manage to dodge and were directly sucked in by the Sea of Nothingness. They let out mournful screams as they turned into nothingness. Dong! Dong! But within the Sea of Nothingness, a terrifying rumbling sound rang out, like the sound of a drum. The Sea of Nothingness began to churn violently. Mu Yang's expression changed as he tried his best to control the Sea of Nothingness. But it was useless as the Sea of Nothingness's trembling became more and more intense. Finally, with a boom, it exploded and a figure stepped out from within. It was Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging as he charged towards Mu Yang. He was determined to kill Mu Yang. Mu Yang's expression was ugly as he quickly retreated, not daring to fight with Lu Ming. Scram, scram! Mu Yang fled frantically, and anyone who blocked his path was either killed by him or sent flying off the stage. But he still could not escape. Soon, Lu Ming caught up to him. He could only do his best to fight, but after a few moves, Lu Ming's attack landed on his body. Mu Yang was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as his body nearly exploded. How can this be? Tianyan's law is clearly not complete and has not reached Quasi-Emperor yet. How can he be so strong? Even Mu Yang can't block him. Someone was stunned. On the surface, Mu Yang's cultivation was indeed stronger. They were both sons of heaven. So how could there be such a huge difference in their battle strength? That little guy doesn't just control the law of death. He also controls other laws. This is the fusion of laws. An emperor spoke, his voice filled with shock. Although Lu Ming could fuse several laws together and hide them well, ordinary people would not be able to see through them. But what kind of people were emperors? Naturally, he could not hide it from them. As long as they paid attention, they would be able to see through it. What? He fused several laws together? This is too monstrous. He can actually control several laws under martial emperor. Chapter 2103. For someone below the martial emperor realm to be able to control several types of laws and merge them together, it was beyond imagination. Not only the ordinary people, but even the great emperor realm old men were shocked. Of course, Lu Ming did not cast the law of chaos. If he did not cast it, of course, they would not be able to tell. If they saw that Lu Ming had mastered 2 types of ultimate laws, he wondered what kind of expression they would have. Also, this little guy has used a disguise technique. Very clever. A great emperor whispered. It was naturally impossible for Lu Ming's divine breathing technique to deceive a great emperor. However, these great emperors had never seen him before. Although they could see that he had used a disguise technique, they did not know Lu Ming's real identity. Lu Ming sent Mu Yang flying and continued to attack him. At that moment, Mu Yang no longer had any intention to continue fighting. He only wanted to escape. However, he was not willing to rush down the fighting stage and admit defeat, because if he could pass this election, he would obtain a great opportunity and be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. I must hold on. As long as I pass this election, I will be able to enter the martial emperor realm. At that time, I will skin this little guy alive. Mu Yang roared in his heart. However, at the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. This was because Lu Ming had attacked again. He had broken through Mu Yang's defense with one move and bombarded his back. Blood splattered everywhere. There was a huge hole in Mu Yang's body. Of course, such an injury could only severely injure Mu Yang and could not kill him. Mu Yang fell to the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were filled with fear. Now, even if he wanted to rush down the fighting stage and admit defeat, he could not do so. Stop, little guy. Mu Yang is our Mu clan's peerless genius. If you dare to kill him, you will be buried with him. Outside the fighting stage, an expert from a Mu clan shouted at the top of his lungs. Mu Yang was the son of the heavens and had unparalleled talent. He could not die. The Mu clan's expert could not wait to attack the fighting stage and kill Lu Ming. Shut up. Are you going to interfere with the Battle of the 10 Lands? The middle-aged great emperor coldly glanced at the experts of the Mu clan, causing their faces to turn ugly, and they obediently shut their mouths. The middle-aged emperor was from one of the overlords of Destiny City. Moreover, the Battle of the 10 Earths was organized by the great emperors of the various regions. No one had the right to interfere. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked towards Mu Yang. Enough! At this moment, a cold and aloof voice could be heard from behind Lu Ming. An indifferent and arrogant voice could be heard. An extremely powerful pressure was exerted on Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if there was a wild beast staring at him from behind, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any time. Lu Ming slowly turned around and saw a young man walking toward him step by step with his hands behind his back. Xianxia, the son of chaos, Xianxia. Xianxia had a slender figure, a handsome appearance. With his hands behind his back, he had an invincible aura. This was indeed the case. He walked on the battle platform as if he was taking a stroll. No one dared to make a move against him. That was because Xianxia was known as one of the strongest in the younger generation of the Yuanlu. He was extremely terrifying. Xianxia, help me kill him. Help me kill this brat. Mu Yang shouted excitedly when he saw Xianxia. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia didn't say anything. He continued walking slowly towards Lu Ming. His pace wasn't fast, but with every step, his aura grew stronger. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He could sense a sense of danger from Xianxia. Xianxia is about to make a move. Many people's eyes lit up around the battle platform. Even many of the older generation's figures were interested. The son of chaos, Xianxia, was famous for his fighting prowess. He was extremely powerful, and the other sons of heaven had to bow their heads before him. He was on par with the Destiny's Child and was known as one of the strongest. Mu Yang and Xianxia are good friends. It's normal for Xianxia to make a move when Mu Yang is injured. Then Tianyun is in trouble. He has no chance against Xianxia. I hope he can last until the end of the selection. Otherwise, it would be a pity if such a genius didn't pass the selection. Many people thought that Lu Ming would most likely not be Yuan Xian's match and would be defeated. Son of Chaos, I want to see your true strength. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and his battle intent filled the air. Although he had fought with Yuan Xian during the Primal Chaos Sex Assessment, there were many restrictions at that time. Their cultivations were suppressed to the same level. Even their divine skills and bloodlines were suppressed. They couldn't use their true strength. Since you want to see, I'll let you see, Yuan Xian said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. This punch was as powerful as an ancient divine mountain. It whistled through the air and directly pierced through it. This punch was extremely terrifying. An ordinary one-star martial emperor would find it difficult to block it. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward, and his body swayed like a huge dragon. His powerful physical strength erupted completely. His Saint Force surged and blasted out along his arm. It was also a punch. Lu Ming also used the law of death, the law of devouring, and the law of array for this punch. The two fists heavily collided. The entire fighting platform rumbled violently. The void trembled as a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Some youths nearby were hit by the energy. They vomited blood and were sent flying off the fighting platform. The expressions of some of the stronger geniuses changed drastically. Their figures flashed as they dodged the attack. Both of their bodies trembled and swayed. The first move didn't determine the victor. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Yuan Xian's expression didn't change when he didn't push Lu Ming back. The law of primal chaos spread out from his body, making his aura even more oppressive. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian's fists continued to bombard Lu Ming. Streams of fist force smashed toward Lu Ming like meteorites. Eyes of death. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with radiance. Rays of light shot out like weapons and slashed at Yuan Xian's fist energy. These rays of light didn't only contain the law of death, but also other laws. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. It was difficult to determine the victor. Yuan Xian is indeed strong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now, he had merged 3 types of precepts. Although his mastery of the Edict of Death and the Edict of Devouring had yet to reach the limit, when the 3 types of precepts burst out, in addition to his spiritual body and saint energy, his combat strength was extremely shocking. Yet, it was still difficult to do anything to Yuan Xian. He realized that Yuan Xian's physical body was also shockingly strong. It wasn't much weaker than his. However, Lu Ming still had the law of primal chaos. The law of primal chaos was already at 99% completion. Once he used the law of primal chaos and merged it with the law of death, the combination of the 2 strongest laws would skyrocket. However, now was not the time to expose it. In the blink of an eye, after a few more moves, the 2 of them had exchanged blows, and both of them took a few steps back. Your combat strength is indeed strong. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. You are no match for me. Up until now, Yuan Xian's eyes finally revealed a glimmer of light. Boom! You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.